Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Slices and Dices, your favorite band of board game enthusiasts, tabletop, uh, true souls, I suppose, and all sorts of fun RPG fun. Tonight, we're playing Call of Cthulhu, the Children of Fear campaign. Currently, we are in Chapter 4, Old Bones. I am your keeper, Jonathan, and tonight I'm joined by, as I have been for the last several adventures in this campaign, these lovely intrepid investigators. And you've seen them all around, you've gotten to know them, but let's just remind you all who they are and who they will be playing. Starting with the dynamic duo.
I am Vanessa, and I'm playing Dr. Eleanor Lockhart, and I am an archaeologist, a professor, and wife to.
Charles Lockhart, played by yours truly, Chris. Charles is a diplomat to Shanghai from the United States of America, originally from Boston, and a big fan of the Boston Bean Eaters, the baseball team. Go
Yep,
Beans.
that's right. Go Beans. Next up, we've got Matt.
Go Beans. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Matt. I'm playing Sofian Bazaz-Wain, a photojournalist, explorer, man about town, Silk Roads traveler, and lecturer, who has caught himself up in this madness and just following down the road to his own insanity. Guaranteed. But having a hell of a time. So, yay.
We all go insane down here. And
yay.
to add on to that, I do need to now share with you what has just been playing in my mind for the last 30 seconds. Go beans, go beans, go beans, go beans. Hot and fresh and sweet from the can. To the tune of Jolene. Anyway.
Okay, wow. I thought we were crazy. It's cool.
Go Beans.
I'm the keeper, Matt. My sanity's already at 0.
I think we all just lost a point of sanity from listening to John.
I agree.
Next up, Sarah.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and this evening I will be playing Chang Mei, graduate student assistant to Dr. Lockhart, skilled linguist, and as of this point in time, the sharpest eyes this side of the Prime Meridian.
It's honestly impressive.
What's your spot hidden? What's your spot hidden now, Sarah?
It is something like that. Yeah, it is. Spot hidden, where'd you go? I can't even find my spot hidden.
It's so hot.
Well, yeah, it's 91.
91.
God damn.
93 is what mine says.
93. Yeah, 93. There you go.
You know, some campaigns have like a hard cap with certain skills, but not ours, folks.
I mean, this one, the hard cap is 100 because at that point it's moot. You're just always gonna do the thing. But getting there is some serious dice luck.
That's true. So, like, if we need to see something, we'll be just like, May, get over here. I can't see that. Can you just look over there?
Hey, what do your elves eyes see?
He's still writing that one.
Tells me that there's something over here that I can't see.
See, but there's a downside to that because, like, if I can't see what is going to absolutely frighten my character out of its gourd and completely drive me insane, I'm literally just going to put May in front of it and go, May, I don't want to see that. Could you just look over there, please? And
Could you just look over there and tell me what the scary thing is?
Exactly.
And if you can't hit something, then you're going to throw.
Yep.
As segueing poorly.
Talron.
Hi, I'm Tao, and I play as Timur Stepanovich Repin, where I am a art historian expert who works alongside with Miss Chang and Dr. Lockhart.
The man is also inventing MMA around 60 years before it's actually a thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Miskatonic martial arts.
Oh man, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Listen, I'm just.
Yeah, we have a hype train, Matt.
Yes, thank you so much for the hype train. Those of you who have resubbed and or subbed for the first time. Keep it up. Keep that train going. Although we left the train behind, we can still move it along.
No more trains. No more trains. Can this be
smack people with a train?
hype conga
Yes, you
line?
can. Conga line, sure. Hype conga
Hype
line.
conga line.
I think we've been slowly building the nightmare scenario for Call of Cthulhu on this channel, which is going to be on a train in Massachusetts.
God, that's really bad.
Austin Express.
Yeah. Shout out to Amtrak, I guess.
Thanks, I'll walk.
Now our new sponsor, Amtrak.
No, not at all.
After we've moved
On
on
that
from
note.
Reese's, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jonathan. Let's get this train moving, so to speak.
On that note, little recap. Current date, it's in the middle of March 1923. Current location, Rajgir, India. When we last left our intrepid investigators, they were on their way to Rajgir by way of Patna, via the Calcutta Express. Rajgir would be the second stop of their journey to gather materials needed for the ritual to seal the gates of Agartha and lock away the King of Fear. Our investigators have already acquired the first item, a set of 7 ritual bowls, once owned by the legendary Buddhist monk Padma Sambhava, also known as Guru Rinpoche, found on display in the Peshawar Museum. Unfortunately, what started as a pleasant journey on a luxurious train modeled after the famous Orient Express in Europe soon became a tale of harrowing horror. First, a grisly murder was discovered in the cabin of Simon Roberts, a shifty businessman from America. Thanks to the sharp eye of Sofian, the true victim was revealed, Cyril Hartwood of the Archaeological Society of India, somehow wearing the face of Simon Roberts. Ever the proactive passengers, the investigators scoured the train for the culprit, soon arriving in the cargo car, where they found themselves trapped between the man they thought to be the conductor, Patrick Moore, and the ghastly monstrosity that was what remained of Simon Roberts. Thinking quickly, the investigators cut loose the caboose containing Simon Roberts, who was in the midst of creating a fez made from the skin of one of the train workers. A mad dash towards the front of the train ensued, some taking to the top of the train, which sped rapidly along its course engulfed in a thick black sandstorm and surrounded by a horde of hungry dead. Others made their way through the cars, finding some skeletons having made their way aboard, and the train staff having been turned into zombies. Finally, the investigators arrived at the Calais coach, where they discovered the mastermind behind this attack, an archaeologist named Vincent Harlow, a servant of the Tokabaya. Harlow disguised himself as British Army Colonel James Armitage, using strange magic, and sought to stop the investigators from reaching Rajgir. A fierce battle ensued between Harlow, Demyan, and Timur in the train corridor, with the 2 Russians severely wounded by Harlow's cavalry saber. The Lockharts and Sofian attempted to assist them, only to be betrayed by who they thought was Charles' friend Fergus, instead a Pasacha in disguise. Finally, Vincent Harlow was defeated by Timur's hand. Fergus and the other passengers were saved. And thanks to the quick thinking of Chang Mei, the Calcutta Express slowed to a screeching halt into Patna Station, with only the locomotive and the Calais cars remaining. Eager to avoid trains for a while, and arrive at their investigation, the investigators patched up their wounds in a hospital before heading to Rajgir, where they would seek the site known as Sitavana, the Cool Grove. Alas, upon asking around with the locals, the investigators discovered that Sitavana and its charnel grounds were long gone, buried under the foundations of Rajgir itself. However, a site to the north, known as Veluvana, or the Bamboo Grove, could prove useful, as its charnel grounds were still intact and still in use. Two in particular stood out, one to the northeast of Veluvana, where an old sadhu lives, the other on the fringes of the Bamboo Grove, where no Agori presides. There's one additional note I would like to make. In the previous session, there was a Buddhist charnel ground known as Rajagriha, which was mentioned. This was a factoid that was recalled by Chang Mei with her Lord Buddhism role. Rajagriha is an old name for Rajgir, and thus, if you're to search for the charnel ground, you find it inaccessible. However, it does mean that, in a sense, this area is, I wouldn't say blessed, but I would say ripe for certain rituals and other activities related to death. As you process all that, you as investigators do know a few things about this region, as shown in this handout. While Central Asian invasions were a common occurrence throughout Indian history, it wasn't until the 15th century that Europe turned its sights on the subcontinent. The first official Westerner to arrive by sea was the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, who landed in Goa. The Portuguese were then followed by the Dutch, the British, and the French. In the end, it was the British who came to dominate Indian affairs, first under their East India Company, and then the Raj. The country is now currently ruled by the British from their winter capital in New Delhi. During the summer, the country is instead administered from the hill station at Simla. So currently, right now, in March, the capital would be in New Delhi, so to speak. The province of Bihar and Orissa lies in the upper east of the country, bordering Nepal, which, like its neighbor Tibet, is officially closed to foreigners during this period. As the birthplace of the Buddhist faith, it contains many important sites, including Bodh Gaya, where Prince Siddhartha Gautama, who we often know as the Buddha, achieved enlightenment beneath a peepal tree, so becoming Sakyamuni Buddha. In addition, this land has a rich history, as many civilizations came before. The oldest known civilization was discovered in 1826 at Harappa, in the Punjab. And then, in 1922, there was finally a breakthrough, and they discovered part of the ancient Indus Valley civilization. Mohenjo-daro, a mouthful of syllables there, was discovered by Rakhdal Das Banerjee and Harold Hargreaves, as you recall, the superintendent of Peshawar Museum.
I remember that guy.
They discovered this in the 1920s, and they are currently there right now. A certain Dr. Mall is on his way to examine the site too. Mohenjo-daro is believed to date back to the middle of the 3rd millennium BCE. After that came the Aryans in the 1500 BCE, then the Mauryan Empire, established by Chandragupta in 322 BCE. Followed that was simply the Gupta Empire in the 4th century AD. And then in 10th, 11th centuries, we have the Islamic conquests, which eventually led to the establishment of the Mughal Empire, the 1600s. And then finally, as was discussed in the handout I just showed you, the European explorers have arrived, and we are now in the era of the British Raj. So, all of you are in I believe, some sort of hostel or lodgings at the moment.
Accommodations. Yeah.
Accommodations, thank you.
Mm.
With that, what would y'all like to do?
Take a look at the handouts here for a sec, 'cause I want to check on something.
May is going to approach Tenzin and sort of sit down by him wherever he happens to be and say, I am afraid that I am a bit unclear on what our next steps are to be. We came here looking for Sitavana, which is no longer here or no longer accessible. So if Sitavana is not here, will any charnel ground do for what we must accomplish? We need to make instruments, yes?
Yes, yes, May, that is correct. We do have to make instruments, and I will admit, even in my day, the stories of Sitavana were, well, stories. But any charnel ground will do, yes.
Then why come here if it no longer exists?
It is a place of much significance, and, well, as the townsfolk has said, Sitavana lies beneath our feet, but there are charnel grounds elsewhere here. This place, Rajgir they call it, or Rajagriha. It is a place of power, and it is a sort of power that you can only tune into when handling matters of death.
I see. Well, I suppose I will see, but thank you. I think. I'm still a bit confused, but I'm sure it will all become clear as we do what we must.
So,
Yes,
oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please. Apologies.
yes. Once we arrive at the charnel ground, I will explain fully what our task is here.
Understood. Thank you for your time.
So, confusion on something. Apologies. So we have a charnel ground that is actually. Is that Veluvana itself, or is there a charnel ground outside of Veluvana?
So Veluvana is a religious site, right? There are two charnel grounds adjacent to it.
Got it. Okay, that makes much more sense then. So we've got Veluvana, then we have Charnel Ground 1, and then we have Charnel Ground 2. Charnel Ground 1 is to the northeast, where this Sadhu lives. And then the other one is in which direction?
To the southwest.
Okay.
It is southwest enough, if you were to have a map, to know that it is actually on the fringes of Veluvana, such that it can overlap with the natural jungles
Got it.
of India.
So this one is pretty close to Veluvana itself, this one to the southwest, yes?
Yes, it
Okay.
is close enough that you can get there from Veluvana.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, I'm starting to think maybe we should set out for some better protection at this rate, given how much more dangerous our encounters have been as of late.
Well, would you suggest hired muscle?
Better gear, in a sense.
Sounds like Tima wants big brass knuckles.
Listen, after we're fighting some monsters, skeletons, and zombies, what's to say we're gonna be encountering worse?
Not to mention we are near the jungle now.
Exactly.
Who's to say that what we're going to attempt to purchase is going to be of any use to the creatures that seem to gain in tenacity and danger as we move closer to the heart of the matter?
I mean, as far as I'm
the
aware.
same thing, Sofian.
Bullets
If-
don't seem to have very much purchase on these monsters of darkness. Although your fists seem to do the job, as does Tenzin's dagger.
So,
Yes, fighting is not exactly my strong suit.
I can teach you.
Due respect, I think I'll stick with my mind.
And I shall respect that. But, still, perhaps some shopping won't harm anyone just in case.
At least see what they have, I guess.
Yeah, true.
This is a
Let's come
small
to
town.
us. We get some dynamite.
This is a small town. I will say that.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
some
well,
gunpowder.
well. The boys look for weapons. I'm gonna look for books on the history of the area.
Alright.
I'm going to ask around Rajgir. Just going to sort of speaking, I'm assuming that from a language's perspective, that I would say that, well, actually, I'll just ask you, like, what languages are spoken in Rajgir?
English for sure.
Sure.
And also Hindustani.
Good. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm going to speak to them in my native tongue, which is Hindustani.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to speak and see if I can sort of, just because people love when their own native languages are spoken, they probably feel closer to them just naturally than if they're forced to speak another language. And perhaps reveal things that they wouldn't. So I will sort of ask around in the local establishments, the local tea shops, the local establishments where the locals hang out, about this Sadhu, about who this guy is, to the northeast of Villafana.
All right. So, let's get the more up in the air question out of the way, I guess. Charles and Timur, in plain terms, what are you looking for? As you are, in terms of armaments across the party, most of you have guns of some kind. I believe there's a whip somewhere, there's a machete, there are brass knuckles. I don't know if someone took the cavalry saber.
I have a blackjack.
There's a blackjack, but
You know what? I will take that. Yeah, I will take that saber.
Yes.
sure.
Very good.
Okay. And I don't need a weapon. I have my saber.
Yeah, I have a machete. I don't know if I'm the only machete in the party, but I have a machete, and I also have a .38 revolver.
Yes. I
I have
believe.
I have
Go
my
ahead.
own gun. I mean, I have my own gun, but
Mhm.
it just seems like fists are more effective these days.
I'll take yours if you don't want it.
Want what?
Your gun. I'll take your
Your
gun
gun.
if you don't want it.
Sorry, that's a treasured gun.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. Go ahead.
And I believe Dr. Lockhart has a sawn-off shotgun.
Yes, she does.
And
I have, and
Or
I have a
someone has a shotgun.
blackjack. I have a blackjack and a bolt-action rifle.
So
So we all
You're-
have ranged and close combat.
yes,
Okay.
So-
John, for the saber, would that be a brawl roll?
I'm going to say this is going to be a melee.
Melee? Okay.
Yeah. So that'll be probably 25 or 35, and the damage should be a D8, I think.
Okay, so damage is 1d8.
Where are you, Vincent Harlow?
I don't think I have, actually. I don't know if I could even use this.
Like
For
melee
melee?
isn't here anywhere.
Just add it yourself.
Yeah, melee is a brawl skill, right?
Okay. So
Yeah,
we'll
that's
just
what I
add it
thought.
into
Mhm.
just add that into roll. It'll be a 1d8.
Got it.
Great.
Hmm.
And we do have extra ammunition that we picked up
Yes.
previously.
Mhm.
So,
And I
are you
barely
looking-
fired that gun, so I have plenty of ammo. I've fired the gun like 3 or 4 times.
I have enough ammo for my carbine if we end up needing it.
So, in terms of explosives,
I'm assuming there's no like dynamite or anything, right, John?
Mm.
Maybe in the
Go ahead.
archaeological supplies section?
Right. And the
Go ahead and,
Just hanging off the walls like it's like Costco. You know, dynamite, 3-for-1 special.
yeah, this is like Boondock Saints, right? They turn on the lights and it's just like covered.
we're too many years before Boondock Saints, and completely on the wrong continent.
The
You know what?
Rajgir Saints.
Either Timur or Charles. Go ahead and roll me luck.
Luck. Okay.
Yeah.
Luck.
Nope.
Luck. Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as you go around
Can't
to
luck.
the unfortunately not. As you go around Rajgir, you're both you both know what the two of you have a combination of skills where allow you to, one, know where to look, and two, know how to get someone to want to sell you something, but they can't sell you what they don't have, as any explosives have been picked up and sourced out to the relatively nearby archaeological site run by Harold Hargreaves and Das Banerjee. And it's the Archaeological Society of India. A lot of sway, a lot of power, and they get onto things.
perhaps we should visit.
Yeah. Y'all lead, Eleanor, on that one. Eventually, we'll get there.
So, Chang Mei, you're looking for books, yes?
I'm looking for books. I am specifically looking for 2 things: the history of the region, preferably written by someone local, or any Buddhist text specifically concerning this area. Again, preferably written by someone local.
Okay. So, go ahead and roll me library use.
Sweet! Success!
All right. So, as you're going around, you find this particular summary of text.
Nice.
Let me just check to see where this exactly comes in. Yeah. Legends tell of the fierce and dangerous demon Rudra, the reincarnation of a Buddhist practitioner who perverted the teachings of the Tantra to his own ends. Eventually, after many terrible battles, the demon was slain, and his body was cut up into 8 pieces, which were carefully placed across India. His head, heart, navel, and genitals were positioned at the cardinal points, while his limbs were laid in the primary intercardinal sites. For each of his from each part of his corpse sprang a great tree of a different subspecies, and around these trees grew the 8 great charnel grounds of ancient India. The Astama Hasma Mashana is what they're called.
Well done.
Although the locations of most of the fabled 8 great charnel grounds have been lost to time, Wen Xiang claims that Rajgriha was home to one of them, Sitavana, the wandering Chinese monk relates a strange tale of how the inhabitants of a nearby city were plagued by non-human creatures who kept burning down their own houses. Well, their houses, rather. The king insisted that if any lost their home in this way, they should build it again, but on the site of the Cool Grove, Cetavana. When the royal residence, too, was burned to the ground, the king built the first of many new palaces on Cetavana's sacred ground. Hence the town's original name, Rajagriha, the House of the King. Over time, Rajagriha was abbreviated first to Rajgriha, and then to simply Rajgir.
Nice. So upon reading this, you said that Rajgir is not huge, right? It's a relatively small town.
Yes.
I'm gonna wander around looking for big trees.
Yeah. I'm not going to make you roll spot hidden. These are not stealthy trees.
I'm looking like specifically for the tree that could have theoretically sprung up from a part of this demon's body.
I mean, yeah, you go around and there's a lot of parks. There are trees planted as public works. But, if anything, the sacred tree would probably be in Veluvana, if there was a sacred tree. There are also medicinal pools and hot springs here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take this information back to my party.
all right.
And I will invite you to accompany me to a hot spring.
Hell yes. Chang Mei is on board for this.
You're out shopping.
I am on
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm
Amazing.
not. Well, no, I would be back. Fine.
So,
Girls' day out.
Girls' Day. You'd have to go to a different spring anyway.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. True.
Sofian,
Yes.
we come to you asking around. Go ahead and roll me. I think charm would be good here.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm actually
Right on
quite.
the six, Sofian.
I'm actually quite charming. It's one of my top skills in real life as well. Here we go.
Yeah.
Except when I say it.
Yeah.
Except when I fucking say it.
Sofian,
Yes.
would you like to push?
Yes, actually, I would like to push. I would like to push
Alright.
that.
Real good.
I think that what he does is like he meets. This is during an encounter, I assume, with somebody that I've met in the street or at an establishment or a tea house or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I'm speaking to him in Hindustani, and I probably substitute a word in French accidentally, and so I immediately sort of recoil in shame and try to remember what it is that my mother and father had sort of taught me. So I will push that and roll charm again with the hopes of not offending this gentleman.
Ooh.
And I don't.
Oh.
And I don't. I offend him
Oop.
awfully.
He,
You brought his mother into it.
I did. That's what happens when you're
He
away
just,
from home for too long.
he just gives you a polite smile and says, my friend, I think you may not be well, and you might want to perhaps visit the springs, or maybe a visit to the Agori would be a good idea.
Remind me, the Agori is what?
The Agori would be the you know what?
Would I know what that is?
Give me a cult or lore Buddhism.
Oh Lord, both are shitty. Why would you ask me to do something shitty, Jonathan? That's not fair. Watch be a success. Yeah, exactly. So I don't have lore Buddhism at all.
Okay. Or
So it's just going to be
history
a.
or
It can no. It's fine. You said a cult. In this case, a cult is 5.
Nice.
So here we go. And
Okay.
just as expected, I failed.
You were one off.
Yeah, I was so close.
Wow,
Just
you were so close, man.
see,
It sounds
Yeah.
familiar.
no idea.
At your confusion at the term, he just gives another polite smile and says, "The sadhu. I think a visit to the sadhu would be good for you, and you can see for yourself, and perhaps you can ask your questions directly."
Much appreciation. Much appreciation. Namaste.
All right. I will say though that everyone that you have talked to about the sadhu gives you a look of concern, but also it's like they're giving condolences, like a little bit of pity.
I hope they think you're dying.
Oh, okay. I get it.
And they're far too polite to ask about it.
Makes sense.
He's lost his mind.
All right, so I'll realizing the utter failure of my day, I'll just go back to the group.
Go to the Sofian. Let's go to the springs ourselves. Boys' Day.
No, that's right. That's right, Charles. I'll retire to the hotel, see if I can plot out the most swift course to Cetavana, and sorry, to what's the
Veluvana.
Veluvana. Too many Vanas. Yes, see you at the hotel. Just goes back to the hotel.
Mm-hmm. All right, so after your adventures and errands throughout the city, some of you going to the hot springs,
Ooh.
eventually you do return, and you decide your next moves.
Well, didn't discover much, but I mean, it is a nice town.
It is. I am most fascinated by this tale of the tree sprung
Great.
from the demon's body. Yes, it seems that. Let me find the handout so I can paraphrase.
You're all discussing this
So-
around a plate of samosas.
Nice.
Ooh,
So many
Thank you.
chapters for. Okay, there we go. Bones one. All right. It seems
That's
that
some brown sauce, please.
there was a demon. There was a demon who was the reincarnation of a Buddhist practitioner who perverted the teachings to his own ends. And when he was slain, his body was cut up into 8 pieces and spread out across the country. And his limbs were laid at the primary intercardinal points, and his head, heart, and navel and genitals were positioned at the cardinal points. And from these limbs grew 8 trees of different species, and around these trees were the 8 original charnel grounds. It seems that Cetavana is rumored to have been one of them. I have not seen any tree that could be this ancient here in Rajgir, so perhaps in Veluvana we may find more information about if this tree still stands or where it may have once been.
Fascinating.
You know, a year ago I would have thought that merely a fairy tale, but these days it does seem possible that a tree could have sprung from the limbs of a dismembered demon.
Wouldn't be the craziest thing as of late.
Certainly not. No crazier than paintings that come to life or demons who wear the faces of others.
We certainly have the most interesting of enemies. Well, then again, we are also walking around with, well, kind of gesturing towards Tenzin.
Hello.
Hello.
That's lovely.
Well, we're also blessed with friends.
Exactly.
Yes, I am here too. I will keep watch over these bulls while you are out, says Demian.
Much appreciated.
choice
I don't think we should carry them with us, and they certainly do need to be looked after.
I will be here tending to my wounds. They still ache.
I know that feeling.
You should try the hot springs. They are most reviving.
Sure. Thank you.
It was quite refreshing after everything we've been through, just to relax.
Indeed. This is certainly a place of peace. I hope it remains one.
Hot springs are rather tempting.
How far away is Velivana from Rajgir? Like, miles-wise?
I'd say that it'll take you about an hour or two to get there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Do we know where that archaeological site is located?
That would be tens of miles east. If you recall, on the previous map when we were traveling on the railroad, let's see. Yeah, it would have gone past Patna and very far.
Okay.
Not a place we could
let's see.
drop by in an afternoon.
Yeah, like
Maybe-
I would put that at around 300 to 500 miles.
Oh, my.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not close at all.
Well, you do have the train.
Um,
No, thank you.
Yeah.
yeah, about that.
You
Um,
mean what's left
We're
of
back
it?
up to that.
Yeah.
The train is slowly
They have
becoming
one
like
of
the
those
warp and
fancy
40K here.
aeroplanes around here. How about camels?
Well,
They
no.
got camels.
They have, well, they do have camels, but for players' sake, I don't believe the airplane has taken off yet.
Mm.
It's Zeppelins nowadays.
Womp womp. No,
when
not quite
did
yet.
when did the Wright brothers do it at Kitty Hawk?
1920s,
Hey,
1926
Google,
maybe.
when did the Wright brothers fly at Kitty Hawk?
Weren't blimps starting to
1903. Yeah, that would have happened.
Okay,
weren't
okay.
blimps starting to be a thing?
Blimps were definitely
Yeah,
a thing.
let's get it a Zeppelin.
Oh, a Zeppelin. Yeah.
Look, Mom, this one's called the Hindenburg. I think it's safe.
Actually, the world's first airline originated in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1914.
Lovely.
The first dogfight ever for airplanes was two guys in like biplanes shooting each other with pistols.
Well, don't give away the plot of our next adventure, Jonathan. God.
Oh, please! We know that we just know that Timur's going to do a drive-by on a plane and punch a.
He'll just punch the plane. He doesn't need to punch the person. Just punch the plane, and just gonna.
Puncher of mailboxes.
I punch a hole in the wing.
I punch the propeller, and the propeller stops.
I hold my hand out as the other plane goes by. It crashes.
When Timur
Well-
enters a room, Chuck Norris leaves.
Oh God.
Oh,
Well, there goes the
Okay,
campaign,
well,
folks. There goes the
Well,
campaign.
we know what's the reincarnation.
well, this is gonna be my future acting career
Yeah.
in the Great Depression.
There you go.
So I guess back to the world, the wonderful world of Call of Cthulhu. I think Like, what time of day is it? Like, because if it's at all possible, if we could get out there before dark, that would probably be the best idea.
Sofian really wants to get a Velvet.
There are you'll see
Yeah.
with
Relevant.
rationale as to why, but yeah,
You can definitely get out there before dark. I'd say it's around 2 in the afternoon right now.
okay. If
Nice.
if we're all in and around the area of the hostel,
Yeah.
or having returned for,
We're having lunch together.
oh, we're all having lunch
Yes.
together, right? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Apologies. Yeah, so I would just
Vittles,
suggest
tea,
to the group,
usual.
you know, I'll just say, well, I didn't have very much success in extracting information from the locals. I may have made a slight snafu when it comes to.
A faux pas, Sofian?
Yes,
What's a
exactly.
snuff- What's a snafu?
It's a delicious pastry. You must try it one of these days. The snafu.
Greenfield, Tima.
Yes. The problem is that I think we're running out of time to a certain degree, although we are certainly after the last 2 days. We are in a place of safety, comparatively. I think it's important that we know that there are entities and agents that are working against us. We need to be very wary of that and move in, if at all possible, in a swifter fashion towards Verivana and the accompanying charnel groves.
Sounds
I
like a
do
fair
agree.
point. Mm-hmm.
Very sensible.
If that's the case,
Alright.
we should perhaps go as soon as possible.
Do we need to obtain instruments making gear?
Materials?
Yes, materials before, or
I would talk to
Tenzin.
Tenzin. Yes, Tenzin, what do you say to that?
We shall go to the charnel grounds and all will be clear.
That sounds like a no to me, Eleanor.
well, let us go.
That's funny, because that sounded like a yes to me, Sofian.
I hear different things than you, Charles. Strange.
You might want to get your ears, or me, to get our ears cleaned. Who knows?
I mean, there is a hot spring.
I don't think that's going to do it, Timur. I don't think so.
You never know. Hot, warm water, just stay under there for a while, Sofian. I'll help you.
Oh, you've missed your chance, Charles. Maybe on the way
Well,
back.
as the boys veer sharply off course, May will stand up from the table and say, "Ah, my things are ready. I shall meet you out front." And we'll just pop up to her room to grab her satchel and then wait outside for everybody.
You know what? Yeah, I'll just get up as well. Grabbing
Yeah,
my
I'll
things
grab my
and
gear,
Yeah.
I strap my saber and my carbine to my back, and let's go.
Right
Really?
down the street, it's like guns.
not gonna lie.
All right.
Not gonna lie, Charles. The saber looks good on you.
Thank you, Tima.
Looking rather professional.
It's I wear it in honor of wait, no, he wouldn't have been president yet, right? No Teddy Roosevelt yet.
Teddy Roosevelt
Andrew
would have happened
Jackson,
already.
maybe? No, maybe not
Jackson
yet.
way before. This is the Harding or Coolidge era.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
So-
TR hadn't happened yet.
No, TR
Um,
happened already.
Oh, great! So this is in honor of TR. You know who that is, Tima?
I do not recall.
Teddy Roosevelt, former president of the United States of America.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorite sayings he says is, "Walk quietly and carry a big stick. Instead, I'll carry a big sword."
It's a sharp stick.
Quite the metaphor.
I love that Eleanor's like, no, you're wrong. You're just no. It's straight wrong.
You walk out the door.
Just under her breath, you hear May say, "I believe it was speak softly."
Yes, speak softly.
I love how Teddy Roosevelt's like, God damn it, what's wrong with people? Why can't they understand?
Rolling in his fucking grave.
Is he
Is that an earthquake?
not dead yet, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't, what year is it again?
It's 1923.
No, I don't think he. No, I don't think so. You look it up.
Can't be. Oh no, he is gone.
I was going to
1919.
say,
He was
Yep,
young,
there you
wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1919.
1919,
Yep.
yeah.
Age 60, 1919. Yeah, so he's gone.
Yep.
Whoops.
Good old
Anyway,
Tia. Rest
you're
in
not going to
peace.
find him here.
that would be an unsettling turn of events.
Mr. President.
Anyway,
Right.
I don't
Meh.
think this party will survive zombie Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh my
Let's be
gosh.
No.
Oh, God.
I don't think
Many people
No.
would
I don't think
survive
anybody
a
would
zombie
survive a
pet
zombie
TR.
Teddy Roosevelt.
His dusty encrusted mustache lives on forever.
Okay, so you all head out towards Veluvana, and I must ask, towards firstly, actually, the trip there is very nice, very pleasant. You imagine you actually take a cart, basically, horse and cart, carriage of some kind, and it drives you over. Very scenic. There are many trees. It's very beautiful. There's pilgrims going to the site, even at this time of history. And here is an idea of what these bamboo groves look like.
Oh.
Where are my handouts? There you are.
Pretty.
Ooh.
It's very pleasantly cool here. It's shaded. There's a serenity to the place. It's very calming. If you were to look up the images of Veluvana or Sitavana on Google, you'll find many pools and temples and the like. And yeah, you arrive. There are people going for religious worship or simply to take in the history. Now, you have your choice still of the northeastern or southwestern charnel grounds.
First, in actual Veluvana, I want to look around for trees that are not bamboo.
Indeed, you do find. I'm gonna look up exactly which tree it's supposed to be. Um, no, for the sake of this, you do indeed find a grove of trees surrounding one larger one, and is at the center of the religious worship in this place.
Am I able to approach it?
It seems that there are people who are taking a seat beneath the branches, just taking in the environment, the ambiance, the peacefulness.
May just sort of
Oh, yes.
walks up to the tree and places her hand against the trunk.
Which body parts was this one?
I have no idea.
It is quite impressive.
It does seem very old. May sort of looks around to see if there is a leaf on the ground that has fallen from this tree.
Yeah, there has.
She takes one and taking her notebook from her satchel, she sort of places it gently between two blank pages and closes it and puts it back.
Okay. Chang
Well-
Mei, go ahead and roll me a PAL roll.
Okay.
Oh,
Success.
hell yeah.
Success. As you stand, you have this leaf in your book, You touch the tree, this ancient tree, the gnarls, the knots in the bark. And it's one of those really old trees that just branch out. And not just above, but you're pretty sure the root network below spreads out to the trees underneath. And as you're looking out through all those who pass by, some sitting, some standing, some praying, you see a monk. A pair of monks, actually. Walking side by side. And for the briefest of moments, as you watch this monk pass, you do not breathe. You don't believe you will ever breathe. And you feel as though this place has wrapped you in a warm embrace. There's one thought that crosses your mind as you teeter on the edge of something. Is this what you will feel when you eventually move on to your next life?
And for those of you watching May as this happens, you see that she's looking in the direction of these two monks, if anybody else can see them, I don't know if they can, but looking in that direction. And her gaze goes from focus to sort of soft, as though she's not focusing on anything, and she's just staring out past whatever she had been looking at to something that nobody can see. And she's not breathing. But there is the faintest hint of a smile around the edge of her mouth.
I
Yeah,
put
go ahead.
my hand on her arm and I said, May, are you quite all right?
The two of
Do I
you
see-
notice
okay.
Dr. Lockhart. May has not taken a breath for a minute, 2 minutes.
I give her a bit of a shake.
Let's see, I always gotta look at a character sheet so I know what skills there are, because there's so many fun skills. Let's see.
Can I try a mechanical repair?
Oil can.
Put a little oil in her.
May,
She needs
May,
a reboot.
can you, actually, no. Dr. Lockhart, roll me first aid.
Yeah, okay.
Oh. So I try to shake her a little bit, and that doesn't work. Could I push it and try something else?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, what is this something else that you try?
I pinch her.
Okay.
The best kind of first aid. Pinching.
A pinch.
Yeah, so... Yeah, so you pinch Chang Mei, and Mei, you are rocketed back into consciousness, and you just essentially start hyperventilating. Just taking
Yeah,
rapid breaths of air.
May sort of like it starts with just one very huge gasp inward, And then, almost like she hasn't been breathing, she sucks in this huge breath and then freezes again for a moment as oxygen floods her body. And then she doesn't really collapse. She just kind of like softly sinks to her knees, her hand still on the trunk of the tree, sort of sliding down as though she doesn't want to let go. As she then sort of starts breathing rapidly and her eyes come back into focus. And then
I'll put my arms around her and kind of help her ease down and say, "Are you all right? What happened?"
I felt something that was also nothing. It was very peaceful there. And then she just kind of shakes herself, like almost as though she's brushing invisible dust from her limbs, as she somewhat shakily gets back to her feet, and then after standing for a moment and feeling certain that her legs will hold, she very slowly and almost reluctantly removes her hand from the trunk of the tree.
I offer some water from. Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
May will gladly take a sip of water.
May, you are parched.
Thank you. She sort of looks and makes eye contact with Tenzin and says, "This is indeed a powerful place."
Tenzin gives you a bit of a smile, yeah.
What kind of tree is this? Like, is it a specific kind of tree? Like a baobab tree? You know, those giant trees that you see sometimes in Asian Africa? With the giant, they kind of look like upside down trees with the giant roots that look like branches.
So I'm gonna call an audible here as I was not able to find this detail. This is a sacred fig tree or a peepal tree. It is akin to the tree that Siddhartha Gautama sat underneath and achieved enlightenment.
Oh,
Nice.
a fig
Is
tree.
Is it the exact one? Perhaps not. But
so would there be figs if this is a sacred fig tree?
Yeah, is it bearing fruit right now?
Yeah.
let's see. When does the
When does a fig bear fruit?
Doesn't have to be in season.
It is not. It is not yet ripe. Its season would be in April.
Okay. So not a flower.
But there are buds that are beginning to emerge
Sure.
in middle of March.
Sure. So how many people are in this area? Like, how many would you say?
Yeah, good question.
I'd say around maybe 20 scattered around.
Okay.
Okay.
Look over to Tenzin and just say, well, we're here.
We're at Veluvana, yes, but we have not arrived at a charnel ground.
Right, yes. And you said that the closest one was to the southwest, yes?
Well, there are two.
Yes,
There would
of
be
course. The
northeast.
closest one of the two was to the southwest of Veluvana, yes?
It would be the northeast.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
So, these two sites are near Veluvana, yes.
yes.
But northeast, southwest. The northeast is a little bit closer, I think.
I see. I was mistaken with my understanding of the proximity to Veluvana, but if that is the case, then how far away is the charnel ground from Veluvana itself?
We can simply walk there, 10, 15 minutes.
Excellent, excellent. Shall we? Lead the way, Tenzin.
As
I have
May
not
sort of,
actually been here.
Oh. Then.
as May comes back to herself, she looks around to see if she can see the two monks that she was looking at when all of that happened.
Go ahead and roll me spot hidden.
Success.
I'm gonna say
I-
extreme.
I could still fail hard success.
Still hard.
Hard success. So,
Yes.
Chang Mei, as you look around, you see in the distance the pair of monks. And they seem to be holding something in their hands, like sort of praying rods or scepters. And they are bald, their pates are shiny. And you blink, they are gone.
What direction are they from us? Like, are they northeast? Are they southwest? Are they heading? Did they appear to be heading in the direction of one of the charnel grounds?
Find out. They'll be heading northeast. But you do also recognize that the monk's path was rather erratic. It was sort of just meandering.
Would I have recognized whatever ritual they were performing with those rods?
Go for a lore Buddhism. And yeah, lore Buddhism.
Well,
Unfortunately
Close,
not.
though.
I will still ask you to
I'm
roll.
not burning luck on this.
I will still ask you to roll a sanity check.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Fail.
Ooh.
Damn. 2d10. I'm just kidding.
You say that now.
Oh no!
Ah!
Oh, boy.
What? Shut up,
Hey,
Chris.
you lose 3 points of sanity.
Oh damn! That's not a small amount.
Damn.
No, it is not.
There's just something about what just happened, and something about these monks that makes you feel very cold.
And you sort of, if you're watching, see maybe a bit of a chill go across May as she shivers slightly. And she looks to the others and says, I believe it is that way. And points to where she last saw them.
Okay. So, head towards the northeast. Eventually, you do arrive in the northeastern Toronto ground. At last, Tenzin says, here will be good. He'll be good.
Oh, point of clarity. Is Demion with us? Because he's over in Rajgir. I don't know.
Demyan is watching over the ritual bowls.
Cool. Smart. Good idea. Just making sure.
And resting up. Yeah.
Yeah,
And healing because he got his butt kicked.
He
in that
totally did. Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend. All good.
Mhm.
So, the area that you arrive in is lightly covered with trees, and the aromas of burning wood, incense, and charred meat hang heavy in the air. Tenzin, upon spotting a tree, a nice, full-leafed tree, shaded, but also seemingly set away from other trees. He approaches this tree and sits down, cross-legged, says, "Please, join me. I think it is time that you know why we are here."
May takes a little crisscrossy seat.
I sit next to her.
I join.
I take out my sturdy and trusty camera and take pictures of this area, just for posterity. Is there anyone around besides us?
There are fewer people here, but there are still people.
Mm-hmm.
And Sofian, you recognize that some of these are most certainly in funerary garb.
Oh.
Others, you notice, are there are Indian men and women, and they are most notably avoiding any eye contact. Sofian, you recognize these as members of the lowest caste.
Mm-hmm. The untouchables.
Indeed. And of course, the untouchables will be the ones tending to the dead.
Yeah. I mentioned that to the group. I say to make sure that we don't cause any issues here. It's best to not interact with these members of that particular caste. It's just a social faux pas. It's a quite a big one, actually. Is what I communicate. Do I
May
see?
nods her head and says, "Of course."
Do I see any dead bodies? Like, are they actually like doing funerary rites on actual corpses, or is it just sort of?
Roll me a spot hidden.
Okay.
Hard success.
Ooh, ayo.
Off in the distance, Sofian, your keen eye spot what can only be a funeral pyre.
Right. So it looks like we've got an immolation today. I point over towards the funeral pyre. Looks like they're cremating a body. As is wont to do in these parts, I assume.
May sort of
Really?
subconsciously pulls the rosewood mala out from under her sleeve where she has it wrapped around her wrist and begins running her fingers over the beads.
Tenzin, what is it that we are... now that we have come to this particular part, this charnel ground, you said we would know when we got here what exactly our next steps were for these instruments. Is this the correct... Because I know there are two charnel grounds. There's this one and the one to the southwest. So I assume that this is the correct place?
Either charnel ground will suffice.
I see. Is this meant to be done with privacy, or meant to be done amongst those that might observe us and wish to halt our particular rituals?
Would we be disruptive here?
Exactly.
I imagine with the record of our travels together, even if we were to seek privacy for this, we may draw attention.
What is
Now-
it exactly that we need to do?
Before I tell you of this task, please do know that I understand if this is difficult for any of you. And I assure you I will not ask you to do anything that was not essential to our success. What we mean to do here is necessary. But I also understand if it is difficult and if we may need to find alternative methods. Chang Mei, You discovered during your reading that there's power here. The story of Rudra. And we saw the tree earlier, back up the way.
Yes.
Now, we require certain musical instruments to perform this liberation ritual, to thwart the King of Fear. Music and dance are very important to such a ritual, and because of the intended use, such a powerful spell, so to speak, no ordinary instruments are sufficient for the task. We must gather these materials here in the charnel grounds. You see, in Tantric Buddhist practices, well, Tantric practices would be a Hindu or Buddhist, power is contained in the body, particularly the bones. And particularly if they come from the right person. That is why we've come here to Rajgir. We must find the bones and skin needed to make both a Damaru and a Kangling.
So I believe one of them is a drum.
Yes,
Yes.
a double-sided drum and a sort of horn or trumpet.
Think what
Made
kind of
of
bones we're looking
people?
for?
Made of bones. Yes,
Bones and skin.
that is correct.
It's quite a ghastly task that you have us doing this.
Hey, Robin.
I'm not used to it
Where we
being
expected
so
to
fresh.
get these materials? Yeah, where we expect to get these?
We're in a charnel ground, Charles. Where do you suppose we're supposed to gain them from?
Do you think
We're gonna go dig up some graves here. I don't think that's very respectable, there, Sofian.
It's not my choice, Charles.
Oh
These
boy.
bodies are meant to be passed on, or, well, they have their funerary practices. They may be immolated, and they may also be left to nature to take care of. A sky burial, they call it. There are
As
many
in-
wild animals in.
May's
Yes.
just going to look at the men and say, as in, there will be no need to dig.
Well, that's a change.
Perhaps for the bones. For the skin, that may prove. We may need to do some digging.
We're well experienced there.
No.
Archaeologist.
How? You said that if the bones come from the right person, how does one
Yes.
know who the right person is?
Well, in some parts it's luck, and it's some part understanding the deceased. For the Damaru, we require a skull. 2 of them, in fact. We're to join the Calvariums, the domes. And there will be leather adornments made from the flesh and the skin and hair. The beaters, the 2 small objects that will beat the drum, carved from human bone as well. And the Kanling is to be made from a human femur. Now there are other materials to be procured. such as clarified butter or ghee, copper salts, herbs, and other sacred ingredients, sacred to Buddhism. Would you like to know the details of what kind of bones are best for these instruments?
Go on.
Continue.
For the Damaru, one must be male, one must be female. Ideally, from a Brahmin.
How?
A Brahmin caste individual.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Brahmin highest caste.
Yes.
Yes. Now the other, the left femur of a Brahmin woman, particularly a young one, is preferred. Otherwise, the right femur of a young Brahmin man.
Would there be
After that-
would there be a way in this place of understanding, like differentiating between a Brahmin and a non-Brahmin set of bones?
Like a grave site. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be able to,
Or what
It's
they were
good.
dressed in or left with.
perhaps. It'll come down to luck. It'll come down to knowing where to investigate or ask.
Okay.
Archaeology.
Okay.
For the conning, if neither of those can be found, the femur of a murder victim can also do. It is better than that of someone who is a victim of accidental or weapon-related death, followed by someone who died of contagious disease. Now, I must be clear. Death of old age is not acceptable. There is no power left in those bones.
I think we understand, Tenzin. Yes.
Now,
Indeed.
in terms of skin. Let's see.
I love that he's giving us these ingredients like it's a fucking grocery list. Like honestly, it's just like
So when you go to the produce section,
right. Exactly. I don't want you to get the green. If you get
next to
the
cilantro,
if you get the
you
green
will see
milk-
the parsley.
if you get the green milk, that's the bad milk. You don't get the. You always get the 1%. If you get the 0, it's not going to be
Always.
tasting. You got to get the 1%.
Clarified butter,
Yeah.
not
Mhm.
salted butter.
And if you look at the meat and it says expiration date and it's less than a week, forget it.
Now, for the skin. I'm afraid might be even more tricky to acquire. For it must come from a fresh corpse, or from the remains of a mummified llama, and it's to be boiled in butter.
Butter.
Yes.
Fragrance.
Do we have butter?
We can purchase butter at the market.
Okay, just
I'm
saying.
afraid.
Like, okay, so we'll have to go back to the market and get butter. We're not going to be able to
We
do
will
all
have
this
to
stuff
gather-
out here.
Easy to obtain.
The clarified
weapon-
butter, I don't think is going to be the challenge. I think
Yeah, no, I never said the butter was the challenge. I was just
So to clarify,
to
we
clarify
are-
the butter, or do you want to
Oh,
clarify
God.
the quest? Eh.
we collect the items here, but we do not need to craft the instrument.
We should collect the items, yes. And we should find a private place, perhaps in this area,
Okay.
or in. I don't think this would go over well in the city as we would have in the town rather as we would have to dig a hole.
Well, then someone has to go shopping for butter back in town. Send Timur to go get the butter and a loaf of bread and a carton of milk, and then sorry, Sarah.
Trying to stay in it over here.
I know I'm killing you, and I apologize.
I'm confused about why do we need the butter?
It's just we need to boil the skin in butter. It's going to make it nice and soft and supple. Honestly, it's going to make it very supple. It's going to make it stretchable, which will then make it, and like I've done this before at home.
Easier to make
Yes.
into a drop.
You guys haven't seen my house. Like in that room is just all skin. Has been boiled in butter. It's yes.
Patents. He's got.
That's why I'm a pro.
A total pro. Yes.
Sophia,
It's my murder closet.
So
You have a
I will
suit.
say-
You have a suit made of skin.
Shh. We
I
got
will
this.
say
Yes.
I will say that if we do find a mummified llama, their skin would have been boiled in butter and preserved and tanned. So that
Aha.
will be most ideal. The bones, however, will not be satisfactory.
Okay. So, skin of
The
llama,
boiled-
not bones of llama. Got
That's
it.
right.
And it doesn't not even have to be a llama, simply a holy man.
Okay. The murder
Now-
victim thing, though, is the kind of the gotcha, if you know what I mean, right, guys?
Well, that's only if we can't find a young Brahmin male. or
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's our. That's.
That's
Kinda
like our
last
third choice.
resort.
That's
Got it.
third choice
Yeah.
down the list.
Got
yes.
it. Okay.
So, for the players, I will place a handout called Bones 3
Oh, thank God.
into your journals. You'll find it in Handouts, Chapter 4, Old Bones, and you'll find Handout Bones 3.
Although,
There you'll find in detail,
Uh-huh.
including down to the age,
Uh-huh.
what would be considered superb all the way to poor.
Okay. Thank
In
you,
terms of
though, Vanessa, for taking copious notes in chat.
Yeah.
I was also taking copious notes.
But you didn't write it down in chat, Sarah.
Well, that's because they're for me, not you.
May share your answers.
May doesn't cheat.
She doesn't.
Fenton does say,
Bones 3.
I
there
will
we
not
go.
force any one of you to take part if you do not wish. I understand that this is unusual work.
It's archaeology.
Just fresher than we're used to.
I'm quite used to viewing corpses. I have no compunction whatsoever.
I will do what needs to be done.
And I shall go grocery shopping.
Charles and Dr. Lockhart, you surprise me with your open-mindedness.
Anything to complete this journey. We've all seen what may happen if we don't.
A quick
Yeah,
question.
punch our skulls in.
A quick question, though, Tenzin. In all seriousness, if we start to peruse the offerings, so to speak, for the bones and skin of those that you've discussed with us, would it not seem somewhat of an affront to the holiness of this area? Perhaps a desecration?
The use of bones and the like are in many practices.
Fair enough. I just wish to
The-
not,
the-
you know.
The sadhu here, I would not be surprised if he himself takes his pick of bones.
I see.
I imagine perhaps those gentlemen over there, and Tenzin nods over towards the Dalits. Perhaps they could be also of some assistance. They seem like they've been around here.
Oh, it's possible they know where the best pickings are, so to speak.
Perhaps, yes. But in terms of tasks, there are finding the bones, finding the skin, finding herbs, salts, and butter.
Just so we're clear.
The salts are of a certain kind of copper mixture.
Okay.
Are the salts
Tenzin
and herbs
herself
also
inside of the
things?
universe. Yeah.
Are these salts and herbs also things that could simply be purchased, or must they be found?
I believe they can be found, the herbs. And the salt would be available in the natural world. But perhaps, I imagine butter does not grow on trees, so we can buy that at the market.
Unless we find a llama, in which case we won't need the butter.
Yes.
Well, I would say we go logically by a list of importance. I would say if we can find these most rare ingredients with the help of whomever we can, the fewer trips to the the fewer trips to the store, the better.
Well, have we got anything to offer? The
Llamas?
the funeral arrangers here, so that they may help us.
Honesty?
Yes, the two.
To a certain degree.
The two gentlemen over there, I believe, may be of assistance, though. Yes.
Yes.
There's nothing stopping us from going over
That's
there
right,
and
so-
discussing. Yes.
I will speak with them. And standing from the ground, May will cross over to... So who are these two gentlemen that Tenzin pointed out, Jonathan? I wasn't quite clear on that.
So there were a couple of gentlemen who were carrying poles, actually, headed towards one of the funeral pyres. And it seems that they're headed off to do some work.
And these are the untouchables with whom I should not make eye contact.
They are not making eye contact with anyone.
Okay. Would it be... So she'll turn to Sophia and say, I understand that I must not make eye contact. Is it acceptable to speak with them?
I mean, you're not of a specific higher caste than they, and so, although they may be somewhat reluctant to speak to you, they should be able to.
Very well. Thank you. I shall inquire after the location of a llama, as that seems to be one of the more difficult sites to find. And
Good idea.
she will stand and cross to the gentlemen who are walking away with the poles, approach politely, and say, Excuse me, I do not mean to trouble you, but might I ask a question?
He sort of like, as you speak that to him, he just turns to you, still looking down, just says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
I am on a spiritual journey of sorts, and in coming here I wish to visit the final resting place of a holy man, of a lama. Do you know where one might be found here in these grounds?
Lama. Buddhist?
Yes.
He gives a polite smile. The Buddhist charnel ground is to the southwest.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I am, as you can imagine, not from here. Which ground is this?
This ground is for Hindu burials and also Indian Christians.
I thank you very much for your time, and I leave you to your work. Good day.
Good day. And he does not make eye contact with you at all and just continues on his way. You see that from with your keen eyes that there's not just one funeral pyre, but there are 3.
Ah, okay. I will come back to the group and say, well, Tenzin, does it matter whether the bones come from a Buddhist or a Hindu? For it seems this is the Hindu charnel grounds, and the Buddhists are buried to the southwest.
It matters not.
Well, unfortunately, I have burnt that bridge in saying that I was looking for a Buddhist.
You asked for a lama. Then.
For a lama, for a holy.
Yes. I assumed that there would be Hindu lamas here if that were the case as well. Yes.
There certainly were. It's only that he asked me which I was looking for. And I said,
yes. I would be more than happy to attempt, if you wouldn't mind, to ask the same for the location of a Hindu lama. Then, if this is the appropriate location.
Before we speak to them again, just thinking about the list of ingredients. It appears that if we can identify the young people, the young Brahmin girl and boy, we might be able to make use of multiple parts of them. For instance, the matching femurs, as well as their skin, seem to be appropriate for our materials.
Yes.
Well, we need one femur. Tenzin, you only said that for the beaters for the drum it must be human bone, not a particular bone or from a particular person?
We should perhaps use the same quality of bone.
Well, then, in that case, we could simply take...
Yes, you can
take both femurs from the girl and one from the male, and in so have everything we need except for the skin.
We only need one conling, so only one
yes,
femur.
But we need... No, but we could use the other 2 as the beaters for the tomorrow.
The beaters are not sticks per se. I guess yes, you could use you could carve the pieces. Yes.
Well, you said they need to be carved from bone, and the femur is the largest bone in the human body, so it seemed.
Yes, I see where you are. What you're saying here. Just so that we have this.
Yep.
At the tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, okay, those kind of beaters. I got you.
Yeah.
Where am I gonna get some bread, butter, and
llama skin?
Well, yeah, but like, oh right, bread, butter, and milk. Where am I gonna
Perhaps
get
some
those?
tea, Timur. We might
Tea?
need it.
Wait, it was tea?
Wake up, buddy.
Trying to remember what was the 3rd item.
Herbs.
The salt.
Upper salts.
Upper
I don't know if they'd have that at the shop, but with a shot of asking, they may know of a place to find it naturally if they don't have it there.
And the herbs as well.
Correct.
I'm gonna need a grocery list.
May will pull out her notebook and write down anything non-bone and skin related that could potentially be purchased that Tenzin has listed. And we'll hand the page to Timur.
Yeah, a list has been compiled. You can attempt to save. You can attempt to save money by searching the charnel ground for the herbs, let's say, or if you feel particularly geologically inclined, you can look for the salt as well. Such things are actually naturally occurring in Rajgir Veluvana.
Does that require a particular skill
Hades.
for finding those?
Yeah, I'll look around the while they're looking for bones, I'll look for those two things around while Timur's doing his list.
Sofian,
Yes.
would you recognize a symbol for Brahmin funeral pyre?
I assume I would. Yes, I've seen them enough in my life.
That's a good question. Sofian, would you would you have had a cast or an idea of a cast?
I feel like, considering his background,
Right.
and where he grew up, and his backstory and his history, I feel like he may have, not necessarily, if he was never born into a caste per se, I think that he would have been exposed to that culture for sure. So he would have certainly understood the differentiation, especially at death, between the different types of castes.
Yeah.
So
It's more that I don't know myself if there is something in particular, because
that's a fair
This is
ask.
kind of this charnel ground is where the bodies are disposed of. In the end, everyone sort of ends up in a cremation or a sky burial of some kind. I think you can also, let's see.
Google to the rescue.
Yep, that's where I am right now.
Okay, yeah, you can. There would be graves, but you'd have to search the graves, and you'd have to get lucky.
Yeah.
Although I did just find something good. Hold on. Oh, that's an oil. I thought on the head of the deceased. Okay.
Guess I should probably just go out to a shop.
Who would
Henson
be
does also
that?
say there was also mention of a sadhu. Yes. Perhaps we could ask the sadhu if he knows anything.
Yes, of course. We could.
If the sadhu understands the importance of rituals involving the use of human remains, he may actually be open to helping us find what we need.
Yes, for some reason or other, when I asked about it whilst we were in town, they seemed to have a very strained reaction to it. It seemed like they were almost saddened by my asking.
Would May jump to the same conclusion that Sarah jumped to, which is everybody thinks he's dying? Because he's asking about the sadhu.
Perhaps, yeah.
Perhaps they thought you were asking after the sadhu because you yourself are close to death.
I see.
Not that you are, but that would be your reason for asking.
Well, let's hope not. I don't see the harm in asking about such a man. I guess I'll go over to that gentleman that you spoke to and ask him if he knows where the sadhu is.
By this point, unfortunately, the Dalit has gone to his work at one of the pyres.
Okay. If I don't see him walking around, I'll I mean, sadhus work or live in this area, yeah?
There is a sadhu for this charnel ground, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, how do you find this guy out? There's no sadhu. Besides asking around and saying, have you seen the sadhu recently around from any of these folks?
Is it right to assume that you are all now starting to explore the charnel ground?
I don't see why not. Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Because the much of the conversation has been happening at the sort of like the edge of it,
Right.
just inside.
Right. No,
Yeah.
we would have to go full bore into the charnel
Yeah.
ground. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, cool. So, as we are walking into this charnel ground, firstly, you see 3 funeral pyres, as mentioned before. The first pyre still has family members gathered around it, while Brahmin priests conduct the final rituals to send the departed on their way to the next life. At the second, Dalit workers, some of the ones that you've recognized from before, carefully turn a body with long poles to make sure it is properly cremated. At the third pyre, more Dalits sift through the ashes, recovering bone fragments for ritual disposal. In one part of the ground, you do see that there is indeed a site reserved for those who cannot be cremated, a graveyard for Indian Christians, complete with tombstones. In another section, separated from the main cremation area by a small lake, is a clearing littered with bones. Out there, you see a young Dalit workman, shattering larger bones with a mallet, while a naked man with long matted hair, smeared from head to foot in cremation ash, picks up the remaining bones and inspects them carefully, separating out some, while throwing back others. One of them that he keeps is a human skull. 2 things happen. First, as you're walking through this charnel ground, Charles, I need you to make a sanity roll. Firstly, actually, yeah, Charles, make a sanity roll.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, that is a failure. Charles, you lose 3 points of sanity.
Ah, shit.
As you're walking through,
Oops. Sorry.
as you're walking through this charnel ground, your hands, they feel wet.
I look down at them.
You look down. They are coated with blood. Your vision, the light of daylight, it's for a moment coated in darkness, as though you're by some sort of lantern or torch. And as you stop, you notice that there's a corpse in front of you. And for a moment, you remember the dream you had almost a year ago, or 6 months ago, where you were elbow deep into a corpse, pulling out the organs and cutting away the flesh.
I try and shake it off.
You do, but a shiver goes down your spine, and you have this sense of foreboding, dread perhaps, that whatever this is, it will truly be grisly work.
I grasp Eleanor's hand, and I look her in the eye and say, I must help with this.
You look pale. Are you all right?
I take a few deep breaths and say, yes, I'll be fine.
Secondly, I think there are 3 people here who may be unfamiliar with sky burials as a funerary practice.
Yay for being Buddhist.
Mm-hmm. And are not unaffected by seeing dead bodies in this way. As such, I would like you to make a called sanity roll, please.
Specifically.
The Lockharts and Chang Mei.
So I have to roll another
Wait.
one?
Yes.
Even though I would be familiar with this?
Are you familiar with
Cyber?
are you used to dealing with the dead or the practice of sky burials?
I'm a Buddhist. I feel like I would be aware of the practice of sky burial.
Okay. Throw the Lockharts in there by themselves.
I fail.
Me too.
I'm
Okay,
like, she's the
both-
one who basically took all of this in
Sorry.
stride and was just like, okay, cool, we're gonna go find bones.
That's fair.
Am I still
Lockharts.
trapped or am I-
Unfortunately, you have both failed. Please take an additional point of sanity loss.
Mm-mm.
What was that, Taran? You were really quiet.
Am I with everyone else here, or am I still going grocery shopping?
It's up to you.
I mean, I was told to get the
I think you're at the
ingredients,
Quickie Mart.
so...
I mean, Timur. It is up to you whether or not you wish to see the Channel Ground. On one hand, it could be good to get the ingredients before, say, the shops close or the markets close. On the other hand, they're not going anywhere.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I'll go down.
Okay. So, that is a second round of sanity checks. You recognize that there's a sadhu. Because, Sofian, something about this sadhu seems familiar. In fact, you've seen him once in a dream, all the way back into Nwang, stacking an altar of bones. Please make me a sanity check.
Oh boy.
I do remember that.
Inspiration.
No.
Oof.
Oh, you're saner than I thought you were.
I did gain a lot of my sanity back. That's actually a question for you, Jonathan, and it's a question that I've had for a little bit. Is that oftentimes, and this is a rule that I don't necessarily know if we've kept ongoing, but when investigators in Call of Cthulhu are exposed to Cthulhu monsters and what have yous, their Cthulhu mythos usually goes up by 5, and therefore their max sanity goes down by the same amount.
Yes.
So I guess the question
That
for
happened to
you,
me in this game.
yeah, absolutely. So I guess the question for you, considering all of us have been exposed to the same number of creatures and et cetera, what is it? What is the number that would be attributed to our Cthulhu mythos and therefore reduced from our sanity maximum? Because that is going to make quite a bit of a difference.
Would it be 5 points per individual creature? Like
No.
unique creature, rather?
Type of creature, like so, one would be for
Yes.
example, the Pisachas,
So-
right?
Yes.
For example, I have gained an 8 in Cthulhu Mythos. I did lose max sanity, but then I also got some back at one point. I forget why. Something happened and I got some of my max back. I don't
Okay,
remember what
so-
happened, but something did do that. I didn't get all of my max back, but I got some of my back. Because I'm now, I got like 3 points back, because I'm at, my max is now 65, but your sanity starts out as your POW. So
Correct.
It would have originally been 70. My max is now 65. So I have had some taken.
A few things. Firstly, because we were basing out of the in the hereafter one shot.
Mm-hmm.
The sanity values may have actually been lower than the PAL. That's the first thing. Second thing, we should adjust the Cthulhu mythos things. I can write out the individual things off the top of my head. It'd be Koitsumen, zombie, Pisacha, skeleton, walking portrait, and the Fez.
So that's 6 different types of creature. So that means our Cthulhu Mythos would be at 30, and therefore our max sanity would be reduced by 30.
Only if it was 5 per creature, but you said it's different ratings. for different
Correct,
creatures.
yeah. So it's different for you for depending on the type of creature. So it's up to Jonathan.
I will sort this out
Yeah.
between sessions.
Okay.
Okay.
Because like some of
'Cause
like
I
for
put
example,
in-
I got extra mythos because I was able to use the scrying mirror properly that one.
So just so we're
Yeah.
clear, I'd put in 15 earlier because I wasn't sure what it was.
Yes,
So then
Chris,
I dropped my
Just
sanity.
don't
by-
do anything with it right now.
Yeah.
Don't do
Okay.
anything with it right now.
Can I re-roll my sanity then? 'Cause it'll be higher.
Because
No.
your Cthulhu, everybody's mythos starts at 0
Yeah,
pretty much.
Exactly.
Right.
Always.
But the thing is, you have a sanity level, but we're talking about maximum sanity that you could achieve. And we're also playing with that rule where you can't actually be more sane after the adventure than you started
That's
out
right.
with.
That's right.
Got it.
Makes sense.
So,
We're all fucked up
Yeah.
down here.
I'm
Yep.
re-editing my sheet. There, it's better now.
Solid.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so let me roll. I rolled my sanity and I failed. So,
yeah, so you take 2 points of sanity
Failure,
loss.
man.
okay, 2 points it is.
hmm
I've seen that man before. I've seen him. This was months ago, when we were still in China.
He was in China.
China.
No, he
To be back in Shanghai.
he was
once
no,
again.
Charles. Your flippancy aside, this is no joking matter. This man, or a vision of him, came to me whilst we were still in Tunhuang, and he was constructing an altar of bones. The relevance, I think, is quite obvious.
The dreams, we all have them.
Yes. I don't know if it's an omen of some sort. I don't believe it is. But I think that the...
Well, I sort of look over at Tenzin and say, I saw Tenzin in mine. And then we found him.
Premonitions.
Or messages, perhaps?
But from whom? And for what reason?
Why did Tenzin paint us on his walls? Perhaps ours is not to know.
Nothing. Done.
Right. And I just sort of take a deep breath and stride up to the Sadhu.
Of course. So,
Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, go.
I say, switch to Hindustani. Honorable Sadhu, greetings.
He continues picking at bones. And he just goes,
We require your most venerable assistance in the matter of something of great import and of value within the faith of the most respected Hindu faith.
He continues picking at the bones.
We desire to find the bones of a llama. If you could find the time to point us in the right direction, if you have knowledge of that.
He just continues to pick at the bones. And he does this for several minutes while the young Dalit man, you can tell is trying not to look at you, but is very much paying attention to the fact that you all are sort of here. And then, finally, the naked man stands. This is what he looks like.
Oh God.
Oh, thank God, from the waist up.
Come on, this is a PG-13 rated horror game.
Yeah. He is tall, emaciated, and covered in ash, with long matted hair and an equally matted, straggly beard. He reeks of sweat and excrement, and his breath is foul. Around his neck hang several rosaries carved from what can only be human bones. Looks and walks and holds himself with a surprising dryness for his age. And he says, "Ah, took you long enough to get here. I was wondering when you would arrive." He gathers up his bones. He starts walking.
I catch up to him and sort of gesture to Charles and Eleanor and May, saying, "I think this is it." I do beg your pardon. You said you were wondering when we would arrive. Tenzin.
Tenzin sort of like follows along. He's kind of like peering curiously. The Agor says, "Oh, not them, just you."
Just me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Do we know each other?
Nope.
Right. Well, I won't lie. I have had a premonition quite a while ago. I have seen your face as well. Perhaps that does not come as a shock to you.
Not at all. How's your brother?
Sofian's face just goes pale. I'm afraid he's no longer... I'm afraid he's no longer with us.
Well, I suppose the proper thing to say is, "I'm sorry to hear that," but that doesn't exactly stop the question from being answered. How is he?
He's well. The words sort of escape Sofian's lips for some reason that he doesn't himself quite understand. Like, as he's speaking them, it's almost like he's not even speaking them himself. He's just sort of like some other voice is coming through him when he says he is well. I don't know why I just said that. But enough about me and my particular troubles. My friends and I are in quite dire need of your assistance, if you would perhaps lend it to us.
He stops, looks at you, looks across the six of you, I guess, and says, "Which one of you is dying?"
I beg your pardon?
That's why people like to come to me. Their loved ones, they are dying, we all are dying. They want me to fix them.
I don't believe that any of us are dying or have knowledge of that we are dying. We've come for a different purpose altogether.
Too bad. I could use your bones. He starts walking.
This. And let's sort of look over at May, Charles, and Eleanor. This may be a little bit more difficult than we had at first assumed.
You have our support, Sophia.
I had never assumed it would be easy. Sir, can you show us the location of a mummified llama?
He just like chuckles and says, please have a seat. And at this, you have arrived at his camp, at the center of which is a Nagkasar tree, otherwise known as a snake hair tree. A Medusa tree is another name for it.
I'm Googling
So,
it. Ooh, that's cool looking.
Medusa
yeah,
tree?
it's very cool.
Medusa tree.
Whoever feels,
Oh, damn.
would anyone like to make a roll for knowing about this tree?
I'm actually kind of good with not knowing about it, to be honest.
So there's,
Can I roll it?
What are the roles? What are the options?
Can I roll?
well, what kind of information would you like to know about
May
it?
always wants to know stuff. May would actually like to know if it has any significance in Buddhist lore. So, lore Buddhism.
Okay, lore Buddhism. Any more sciencey folk? Or...
Fail! Big
Eleanor
fail.
wants to know how old it is.
Mhm.
Or what about in terms of maybe on its textures or whatnot, trying to make out details, maybe a spot hidden?
Are you butter shopping?
I said
No, he's here.
Oh, you sir. Okay, sorry. Apologies. I am sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can go out right now if you want me.
No. Stay here. I'm sorry, Timur. Please, we need you to punch
okay,
this.
so you want to know how old is this, Dr. Lockhart? Go ahead and roll me nature
Paleobotany.
or yes, botany, science, botany, if you have it.
I have natural world.
Natural world is fine.
I would like to know the history of this tree.
Go ahead and roll history.
Oh my god, what is up? There we go.
What about in terms of its detail and texture, like for spot hidden?
Sure, spotting.
Mechanical repair. Hey.
Hey.
Let's see.
You know, I keep forgetting my listening is a special number.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Don't
Okay.
ever
so,
change. Listen.
Charles,
Yes.
you have somehow heard in, and May, as soon as like Charles gets this, you sort of clicks in your head too. The Nagkasar tree, what is so-called snake hair or Medusa tree, is one of the trees found in the Great Toronto Grounds that were mentioned before.
Okay.
So I
I
guess
read it
that's
in
the
a
kind of
book
tree that
somewhere.
we're talking about.
So this is actually my demon tree, possibly.
Yes,
Oh,
this should actually be the demon tree.
Oh, damn.
In which case, so the leaf I have is from the magic tree, but not the demon tree.
Yes.
Gotta update that.
So,
Their powers combined.
Timur, with a hard success, you recognize that this tree looks like it's a very solid type of wood, like remarkably hard. For the table, because this is kind of cool, its wood is actually quite handy for fashioning railway sleepers.
Really?
Railway.
Interesting.
Never
A
get
railway
away from
sleeper
trains.
are the
Goddamn
slat.
train.
are the slats that make railroads.
Oh
The wooden
my god.
Cool.
Yeah.
So in this campaign, it's fucking trains.
Fucking trains.
hmm
Fucking
Yeah.
trains.
But this wood is currently in the form of a tree. Timur, so you recognize the hardness of this wood, and I bet also you can put together that like you've probably seen the texture of this wood, also in like railways, like the slats.
Like what we've been on recently.
Yes. Now, in front of the tree, there are the remains of a small fire and a few possessions. A cremation shroud, a bowl made out of a skull called a kapala, and a curved knife with a carved bone handle. On one side, there is a stone shrine, obviously very old from the weathering, and on it, a circle of red-painted human skulls surround a carved stone statue of Dattatreya, which is spelled like this. And it is said to be the Agori's spiritual founder.
Hmm.
A neat pile of yet more skulls, not all of human origin, are stacked in a space beneath the shrine. Who has more than 10 in science, biology, or zoology, or would like to make a natural world or medicine roll?
More than what in science biology? Sorry?
10.
More than 10?
10%.
I don't have biology. I have chemistry.
I don't
but
even. Yeah.
All I have is chemistry. I don't have biology, though.
For sure, I don't even have it.
I
Okay.
can do
If
that.
anyone
Yeah,
would
I
like to
don't-
make, if anyone would like to make natural world or medicine,
Let me-
I have a decent natural world.
sure.
I don't think I have medicine. I
Better
think I
than
only have
medicine.
first aid.
Nope.
Oh, man.
Nope.
I'll make
Damn.
natural world. Why not?
Oh, damn. Okay. Should I come into the rescue here?
Ooh.
That was... Okay, I've got a...
I'm like,
So
do
close.
I?
I've
do
got a...
I look-
I have
I
a...
don't want.
I
I
have
don't
a...
want to burn that luck.
I have a
Yet.
40 in natural world. I
Oh,
could,
dude, roll it.
let's see what happens. Here we go.
Oh.
Closer.
Closer.
Okay.
damn
it. But yeah, various skulls of various sizes.
I definitely am not burning 10 of my remaining 32 luck, even though I'm sure it would be very helpful. I don't have that much luck left.
Skulls, would archaeology be appropriate?
I'm going to say no,
Okay.
because this is I'm identifying the different kinds of skulls.
Hmm.
The sadhu places the skull that he took from the that part of the grounds upon he took from the Skyborough site, puts it on the ground in front of the shrine, and looks directly at Tenzin. He says, "Died by the sting of a scorpion demon." To which the Lama, Tenzin, replies, "Then his bones will make a powerful weapon against your enemies, if that is what you wish." You see the sadhu, a big smile spreads across his face. You see the dirty, filthy teeth of not having washed or cleaned. He looks to you all and says, come, please, sit with me, sit by the fire."
Sit down.
Yep,
Yeah.
name was it.
Thank you, Seth.
He then looks at each of you, this time actually staring directly into your eyes with his dark and glittering orbs. It is a strong, powerful stare. And after he's looked at each of you, he says, "Usually no one talks to me unless it's healing thereafter. They're all far too afraid of what I am for that. So, tell me, what do you want? Why are these bones so important to you that you risk seeking counsel from an Agori?"
May sort of looks around at the others. and then looks him straight in the eyes and says, "We seek the materials to craft 2 sacred instruments in order to seal the King of Fear away in his tomb."
It's quite on the nose.
Very noble. I wish you luck.
Why did you ask us here?
Because we would have privacy, and, well, it's a better place to talk, I think. The well-meaning visitors, they're fearful of the things that walk these grounds. I being one of them. So, you seek bones. So do the jackals that come around these trees.
Do you mean that literally or metaphorically? She says, sort of glancing into the woods.
Oh yes. Jackals, wild dogs. Some say even tigers are here. I caught one. And he jabs his thumb at one of the largest skulls.
Impressive.
The cat was foolish.
That and having no fear of death must make you a worthy opponent.
So, good to know that someone is dealing with this King of Fear.
Will you help us find the bones we seek?
He sort of just like begins to stroke his beard. Depends. These grounds are mine. I watch over them. I ensure that the bones are properly used. If you want your own bones, there's the other charnel ground.
Do those bones not belong to anybody at the southwestern ground?
There's no sadhu who watches over those grounds. I keep to these.
Do you not think that our purposes are the right ones?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you not think that our purpose is the right one? Or a right one?
Oh, you may... It sounds very noble. These are my bones. This is my site for my rituals and my faith, so... It is very rude to take the bones from another tantrika. He turns to Tenzin. You should know this. Now,
Well, we wouldn't want to insult you. So thank you for letting us know.
This is, of course, why we ask.
in exchange and in recognition of your politeness and manners, there is a man, a Dalit man, a Mr. Chopra. You see, I don't have time to go through every single, well, person who passes through here, and not everyone is willing to speak with me. There is a Dalit who works at the hospital in Rajgir. If you like, you may speak with him. He informs me of whether or not there is a body that suits my purposes.
And he may tell us if there is a body that suits ours in the other charnel ground?
Indeed.
Where is Mr. Chopra? Is he in the other charnel ground?
He is at the
Marshall.
hospital.
It's the hospital. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was mistaken.
Besides, the southwestern charnel grounds. There are a number of stupas, Buddhist stupas, relic mounds that may contain the remains of a holy man. And also, because there's no Agori, it is favored by Buddhists, and the authorities like to dispose of their victims of unfortunate events there.
Sounds like it may suit our purpose.
Reasonably.
Just don't infringe on my domain.
Well, if this... I will bite my tongue and nod.
Of course. We would not want you to use that skull against us.
He sort of like chuckles himself and then suddenly turns to Timur and says, "Young man, how old do you think I am?"
I mean, honestly, maybe 60s, like around 60s, early 70s.
His like he's got this like polite smile. Moves on to Charles and Eleanor. Take a guess.
Well, normally it wouldn't be polite. But I have a feeling you may be more than you let on.
Than what you've seen.
Aren't we all?
I look at him very carefully. 75.
102.
He moves on to Chang Mei.
May
You know, tens of those, like,
looks at him and says,
pocket agents, so.
older than 102. And then she glances over at Tenzin and says, but not quite as old as my friend here. Beyond that, I would not venture to say.
At that, the Agori Kalidasji, just grins and laughs and says, "Oh, I doubt anyone is as old as he is. I'm just a babe compared to him." And then he turns to you, Sophia, and he says, "When do you think I will die?"
Sofian sighs and looks at the Agori and says, "I think that if you wish to die, that is something that you will not be able to achieve. And I am sorry for you."
He just gives you a solemn look and just takes a deep breath. Your friend was not off by 102.
What do I win?
A deep bow from me, and well, I suppose you can ask any other questions that you like, but I do have things I wish to attend to.
I actually don't say anything. I just turn and stand up and turn and walk over to the tree, that Medusa tree, if it's nearby. Sort of just put my hand on it. That's all for me.
As Sofian walks over, you see the Agora Kalistiji sort of like looking around for a bit and just says, you know, this will suffice. And he sort of reaches down into the dirt and basically scoops up some dirt and places it in the ground in front of Dr. Lockhart. And Dr. Lockhart, you look down at a dry, dusty old turd.
Do I recognize it?
See any peanuts?
Call of Cthulhu. Who knew?
There.
Cthulhu, yeah.
Give me a spot hidden.
Hey.
There are
No, my
bone
shit.
shards.
What did you
There
say?
are bone shards in the poop.
I knew it. I knew it.
And having guessed his age and the strangeness of this man, it occurs to you that this man probably consumes human flesh.
Nice.
And you all see as Agor Kalidaji approaches behind Sofian and just says, "Can you say you truly lived?"
I grip Charles's arm.
Can you say
Very
you've
tense.
truly lived?
Those are Tim's.
When you seem so ready to find a place to die.
I stand up. Well, we thank you ever so much for your hospitality. You've given us much to think on, and it has been a true pleasure to meet you.
Let it
But we
go.
really must be going.
Let it all go.
Yes.
What does it matter? Live.
And we shall. Sofian, if you would be so kind, and Charles takes out a handkerchief and scoops up the poo.
Charles, what are you doing?
Wasn't expecting
Don't-
There might be bones. I don't
Don't-
know. There are bones in there.
Why are you
Don't
lifting
look
a...
at gift poo in the mouth, man.
Why are you touching
Yeah, I don't know.
Why are you touching...
I tie it up and just say, "Come, Sofian. Thank you for the gift."
for your many gifts of knowledge. But it is drawing late, and we do not wish to intrude any longer on your hospitality. Yes?
Right. I think that's a great ending point for our conversation. Shall we?
Of course.
May will stand, and as the others are making their way from his camp, she will turn to the Agora and sort of just give him a nod and say, "Found this encounter most enlightening. You are an interesting man." And then she'll turn and just go.
Sofian, there's one last thing that Agor says as you walk away. I look forward to adding your bones to my altar. I hope one day that I do.
Well, sir, today is not that day.
Doctor? May kind of just like puts a hand on Lockhart's arm, which is something she's never done. Like, she has never stood up to you before. And she's just like, "Doctor, you should go."
It is time for us to go.
As
And
the five
May
of you
looks-
walk away.
Oh, sorry. I was saying May just
Yeah.
looks back to the Agora and just says, "They do not understand." And then turns to follow everybody out.
As he sees as you say that, and then the five of you, you guys are only five of you. You all watch, see as behind you, Tenzin, holding the Katvanga staff, steps in front of the Agor and shares words, whispered words. And you see the Agor, his gaze shifts from the party over to Tenzin.
I try to listen in on what they're whispering.
Go ahead and roll a listen.
May I also try and listen?
Fail.
I think Charles, you might be just inside of maybe able to hear, but
All
it's
right.
hard. Go for it.
All right. Good roll with the penalty.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hey. No, that fails then, doesn't
Nope.
it?
No, that makes it.
Okay.
Because you're still under 60, so you still make it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because you would
So-
just keep the
Really?
58.
Timur and Charles. You do not know the words that are spoken,
Right. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
but
That's why I wanted to try to listen, because I figured I was the only one who spoke the language.
you both know the tone of
hmm
you know your territory, you know your domain. They are mine.
Cool. I hold on to that, and we'll tell the group that when we are in more of a private area.
And is Tenzin saying that
Yeah.
to Agor? Agor Kalizdaji. Agor being the title, by the way.
Mhm.
And with that, as you leave this very strange encounter, we're going to go to break.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
Get eaten today.
No, we get to go to the unprotected charnel ground and get attacked by God knows what while we dig up bones.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Saber time.
All right. So
Bullets will actually work this time.
we'll take
Maybe.
a quick break for our amazing supporters, Into the AM, Monument Sound, and Czepeku Maps. When we come back after break, we'll see what else lies in wait for us on the other side of the fence, so to speak. When we come back in about 7 or 8 minutes. Does that sound good for you folks?
Sounds good.
Cool beans. All right. See you guys in a little bit. Into the AM, your destination for premium apparel that's all about embracing your unique style and experiencing unparalleled comfort. Into the AM's skilled artisans pour their passion into every piece, using only the finest fabrics and eco-friendly inks. Join the ever-growing community of individuals who embrace their passions and showcase their unique style with Into the AM. And guess what? Right now, they're celebrating their end of season with discounts of up to 60% off. Here's the secret to even more savings. Use the code SLICESSWAG at checkout and enjoy an additional 10% off your purchase. It's time to elevate your style, express your passions, and do it all in comfort. Into the AM's got you covered. Visit them online and start your journey today. In the realms of imagination, where legends are forged and battles unfold, one name reigns supreme: Czepeku Maps. For those who demand the very best in battle maps, Czepeku is the ultimate destination. Join a thriving community of adventurers who rely on Czepeku's unrivaled creativity and attention to detail. Choose your vision with a range of customizable map variations. Whether you need dark and foreboding or vibrant and whimsical, Czepeku has it all. And now, brace yourselves for a new frontier. Introducing Czepeku Sci-Fi. Craft your own interstellar tales with maps that adapt to your every whim. Customize interiors, exteriors, and animated backgrounds that truly bring your universe to life. But that's not all. Immerse yourself in Czepeku scenes, cinematic vistas that come alive with stunning visuals and captivating soundtracks. With over 4,000 meticulously crafted maps, Czepeku caters to game masters across all genres. They're not just maps, they're your gateway to limitless storytelling possibilities. Don't miss out. Subscribe to Czepeku's Patreon channels for exclusive access to these incredible resources. Find the links to their Patreons in the show notes here on our YouTube channel. Czepeku Maps. Your adventure starts here. Calling all tabletop adventurers, dungeon masters, and storytellers. Immerse your TTRPG sessions in epic soundscapes with Monument Studios, your Hollywood-quality audio production house. From mystical ambiances to musical motifs to terror-inducing soundscapes, they've got the perfect sounds for your TTRPG games. Hey, YouTubers and streamers, best part, it's all 100% royalty-free. Use code SLICESandDices at checkout for an exclusive 25% off at purchase. Monument Studios, where TTRPG magic meets cinematic sound. Elevate your game, captivate your players. Start your audio adventure today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Children of Fear campaign. So, we are currently in Rajgir, and the investigators have just left a strange encounter with Agor Kalizdaji. I believe I said that, right? And now, with their task ahead of them, some leads on bones and bodies. What will y'all like to do?
I guess head back into town and talk to this doctor guy.
Well, that's in we'd have to go all the way back to Rajgir for
What
that.
Yeah.
time is it?
Yeah, what time is it, John?
I feel like this is like just out of game. I feel like this is a go back to town, talk to this doctor, and then go out to the southwestern charnel ground tomorrow. Like this is, I don't think this is a we're getting this all done tonight.
Absolutely.
kind of thing.
I was going to suggest we try and grab the butter and the herbs on our way
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For
Good
sure.
idea.
Butter, milk, bread.
Mhm.
Grab it while we're here, then that way we don't have to hit this on the way back tomorrow.
His name
Oh,
was
yeah.
Chopra,
Well, we can- I
I think.
assume
I
The
we were
guy's
gonna
name?
get-
there, though. I think
At the
you're
hospital?
gonna have
We were
to
gonna get
basically
that-
go figure out. Yeah, gravesite A27.
Are we buying that stuff in
In Rajgir.
in
we can get it here.
Velu? Do they have that in Velavan, or is that just a
Velavana?
religious night? Do we have to go back to Rajgir to get those?
You have to go back to Rajgir.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
Yeah.
then there you
Yeah.
go. Never mind.
Yeah. The name of the Dalit gentleman at the hospital is Sanjit Chopra.
And that's the hospital in Rajgir.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I don't see. God, that was so weird. I hear squeaking, and I'm realizing that it's actually coming from the music. It's the birds, and I'm like, where's the fucking squeaking?
Oh, I should turn that up. I have it turned down.
It's very subtle, but it's very good. Yeah, I mean,
those are the chipmunks.
of course they're the chipmunks. I'm not at all traumatized by the sound of mice at all. Don't worry about that. Not me.
Oh dear.
Yep. Could have been mice. Could have been, but it wasn't. It's just birds. I'm not traumatized. My sanity is not dropping like a fucking stone. Sorry. Hey, so this guy Chopra, I assume he's at the hospital. Would he be at the hospital this time of day? Do we know?
We have to go back to Rajgir no matter what.
Yeah.
So we can just go back and find out.
Yes, we'll want to
Yeah.
sleep and brush our teeth.
Yeah, I
Definitely
wanna
brush
go
your teeth.
after talking to that
Definitely,
guy.
yeah. That is
Yeah.
a positive.
Yeah, so you begin to make your way back. Tenzin jogs up and says, "All right, so," and you inform him of your plans, and you make your way back. Would have been like around 5 o'clock or so when you left. So let's say 6:30.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, and
Hopefully Demian is still alive and still there.
Yeah, let's go check on him.
Can never tell with that guy.
yeah. You go back to the your accommodations, and you do find that Demyan is indeed in the room with the box of ritual bowls, and he's reading a book. He's got a drink, and just says, "Oh, good afternoon. How was your sojourn to the burial grounds?"
Enlighten me.
Rather shitty.
And I take out my handkerchief and
May just shakes her head at the unnecessariness of that comment. Boys.
Americans with your shit in your pockets. Why?
It seems
it was a
we're
gift.
back in time for dinner and also narrowly escaped being someone's dinner. So what an adventure.
That's
Please
right.
tell me you did not steal someone's dinner too.
Not yet. There, Damien.
Anyway, I was hoping that I could get something to eat, but
Yes.
I will take care of my own meals. I hope the I hope things are proceeding as well as they can.
The investigation continues, my friend.
Of course.
Thank you for watching the bowls for us. I do hope you're feeling better.
I am. Some rest and quiet has been very good for me.
Excellent.
If you like, I can retrieve dinner for both of us, and I will join you here.
I would appreciate that, May. Thank you.
Of course.
I did hear down among the locals, though, that do be careful around in the town in case of any ruffians or the like.
Good to know, thank you.
And with that, you may go about your business.
I think I would most likely... I don't know if we want to all go to the hospital or if we want to...
I don't think we all need to go.
No. I will be more than happy to go to the hospital if y'all are going to go on a shopping trip to go get the butter and the herbs and all that stuff.
Yeah, we can go do that.
Sure.
May can go find the herbs, being the Buddhist amongst you probably has the best idea of what they actually are.
Fair. We'll inquire about the salt too, the copper salt.
Okay, so the ingredients are going to be Chang Mei and Charles. Is Eleanor going to?
Yes.
Okay. So, Sofian, I take it you're at the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Timur, where are you going?
I mean, I still got the note of stuff I'm supposed to be grabbing from the shop,
Mm-hmm.
like the bread, the butter, and the milk,
Yeah.
among others. I'm still consistent.
Oh my god.
What?
Nothing.
Am I
So,
am I fudging something?
I mean, where would you like to go? Shopping or to the hospital?
Yopping.
Okay.
Come with us.
Should Sofian go by himself?
I can
I'm
go
perfectly fine, Eleanor. I'm just going to the hospital. It's not like I'm going
I'll
to
go-
be...
Do you-
This is true.
Do you
I'll
need-
go with Sofian just so that he's not sent on a solo mission, unless you want to go with him, Timur.
I'll go with Sofian.
Okay, it's up to you. I'd go either way.
I'll go.
Okay.
Alright,
So.
we can also collect dinner.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Good plan.
Okay. So, Lockhart's are shopping. Chang Mei, are you going shopping or going with the hospital?
Shopping. I'm going
Shopping,
shopping.
okay.
Timur's going to go to the hospital with Sofian.
All right. Cool. So, hospital. Let's do that.
Okay.
Oh snap.
So, you make your way through the streets of Rajgir, and eventually you arrive at the hospital. It is by one of the large kunds, or water areas of Rajgir. And when you arrive, as you expect of a hospital, there's doors, and then there's a clerk who looks up and says, good evening, can I help you?
Yes, good evening. We're looking for someone who works here at this medical facility. His name is, I believe he's a medical professional. Last name Chopra?
Chopra. Do you know where he works?
Shoot, were we given that by... Were we given his specific sort of area of expertise in the hospital?
You would know that he works. Let me just confirm something.
Sure. I didn't catch that if he said it. Did you guys catch that?
I may not have actually said it.
Ah, well then, if you caught it, then fantastic. 'Cause
Yeah.
that would have been amazing.
Yeah, and I think it'd be reasonable to assume that if this guy is getting tipped off by bodies, or tipping off body,
He'd be
probably
working in
works
like the morgue or something
mortuary.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Then if that's the case, yeah, I believe he works in the funerary section of the hospital, the mortuary.
Oh, that would be Dr. Baxter then. Down the
No.
this way,
I
down the
apologies.
hall.
Apologies. I believe his name was
He did say
Chopra.
he was a He did say he was a Dalit.
Oh.
Sorry, do you say
Oh, then he's not a doctor at all. I didn't catch that the first time.
I'm sorry, Baxter. What was his first name?
Dr. Arnold Baxter. He'll be down the hall. He'll be down the hall. Go down the stairs. You'll be in the basement.
Right. Apologies. I believe I have mistaken the doctor for a different person.
It's quite all right. Firstly, I'm glad you're not here for any medical reason. But if you're looking for someone who works in the morgue, it'd be Dr. Baxter would know for sure.
Oh, very well. We'll go and discuss with him. Yes, Timur?
I think we should. Yes.
Excellent.
Gladly see him.
You're right, Timur?
I'm completely fine, actually. Just glad we're making some progress.
Right. Yes, would you mind giving us directions to the mortuary, please?
Yes, down the hall. Make a left. Go down the stairs and follow the signs.
Right. Come along, Timur. Walking. This is me walking.
Yep. You walk. You go through the hospital. Hospital things are happening.
Hospital things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is normal. Completely normal. Hospital things.
Keeping an eye out on stuff.
Seem a little
And
nervous,
we do
Timur.
eventually-
You all right?
Me? Nervous?
Of course, just a little bit on edge.
Compared to what we've seen earlier on the train?
Yes, we've known each other for quite a while, man. I would say that I can sort of scent it when you're perhaps a little bit more stiff in the upper midsection, yes?
How do you mean?
Oh, never mind. We'll come back to it another time, I'm sure.
No, I'm curious.
No, it's just the way you Russians sort of, turn into some rigid pile of logs as soon as something occurs to you which is against your better nature.
Against our better nature.
Never mind. I'll keep it to the simple talk. You tighten up.
I definitely have a way with words.
Something about this Baxter chap.
Something about. I mean. He's quite the fellow, for sure. Of interest. But no, yeah.
Yes. Sort of keep it mum, but I as a player, I don't know if I as a character would pick up what he's putting down, but
There's some seriously shady Timur shit happening right
yeah,
now.
the subtlety factor has dropped to an all-time low. It's fine.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and just continue on down to the mortuary.
So as you head down the stairs, and you start to go down the hall, following the signs towards the morgue. Suddenly, you just hear a loud crash, like a metallic bang. Timur,
God.
I need you to make a sanity check.
Ah, damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
1 point.
Could have done it.
Timur. Let's see. On a 1d4, you lose 1 sanity point.
Nice.
Wow.
Impressive.
For that 1 point that you missed.
I see.
That's perfect.
So yeah, Timur, this loud sound, this loud metallic bang, just startles you.
Fuck.
You're right there.
Fine. Just. Sorry.
Nothing at all. It's just loud noises in hospitals sometimes occur.
Right.
Yes.
Loud noises in the hospitals.
We're almost there.
This is a good sound. Let me see if this is a good sound. There we go. That's pretty good.
That was a good sound, Jonathan.
I like that sound.
Shit,
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. Fuck. Sorry.
I'll play it again for you if you
Okay.
like. Turn that up a little bit. Yeah. Let's go back to this one because this is not exactly library.
Hmm.
So, and it came from the direction of the morgue, and you hear some voices talking.
I would sort of motion to Timur and say, I believe this is the mortuary. I assume he's inside. He may know exactly where it is that we could find bodies or parts of bodies, as Tenzin seems to imply we need. So let's try to keep things on the level, if you know what I mean, yes? No histrionics, no need for aggression. Just simple talk, yes?
Right.
You'll be all right then, yes, Timur?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Excellent. So I just turn around the corner and hopefully in the sort of engage whoever's talking in the room.
Yeah, so as you sort of come close to the mortuary and turn the corner, you hear the following conversation. Now, calm down. Calm down. It's all right, Chopra. Just let's get this back onto the rail. And see, now, you have it all under control. Now, I have to go and I have an appointment. You can close up here, and I will see you tomorrow. Very good. And you see, yes, Dr. Baxter. And says, good chap. And just hear someone getting clapped on the back. And as you turn, you just are faced to see as someone approaches you. He's still wearing a doctor's coat, but he's got like a suitcase, and you see that this man is bald, the square jaw, and you see his crooked nose. And underneath the doctor's coat, you see that he has a build to him, clearly like physical. He says, "Oh, hello. I'm so sorry. Can I help you?"
Perhaps you can. My name is Sofian Bazaz-Wain. This is my compatriot, Timur
Repin.
Repin. Sorry, I could never get your middle name right, Timur. Apologies.
Don't worry about it.
We are here to hopefully have a discussion with a gentleman, if I heard correctly, and he sort of gestures to the other person in the room, who I believe may in fact be the gentleman's name is Mr. Chopra. Am I correct?
This doctor turns back and says, "Oh, you want to speak with Sanjit? Well, so Chopra here is cleaning up this at the moment, but I'm Dr. Baxter, and well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sofian and Timur." If that is all, then good day.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Right.
Yeah. And he goes. You just hear him go into another door, and soon enough, he is wearing a outside jacket and puts on a hat, and you just hears footsteps leave.
I will turn to Sanjeet Chopra and say, good evening. My name is Sofian Bazaz-Wain. Your name was given to us by a mutual friend, someone who we could potentially discuss the matter of bodies, to be perfectly blunt about it.
So, you see, this man sort of slides I guess it's a gurney back into the back into the storage unit. Shuts the door. Though he's short, he's a powerfully built man. You can see that he is strong, and he gives you a pleasant smile, and says, "Ah, I see. If that is the case, I'm afraid that... Would you mind if you met me at the park? There's one around the corner here. It is right by the Kund."
Certainly, we'd be more than happy to speak with you in privacy if that is what you need in order for us to have that kind of conversation.
Indeed, it is... I prefer not to speak of such things in this place.
I look over at Timur and I say, well, of course, we're perfectly discreet. We'll meet you in the park. Did we pass by a park near to the hospital? Like, did we catch sight of it at all?
You've seen, like, public space and stuff like that. He gives you an address.
Okay.
And says, "Please meet me there in half an hour."
Half an hour, of course. Yes.
Yes, I'll need to... Normally, Dr. Baxter, helps me finish up here. I need to take care of a couple things before I can speak with you.
Certainly. In the park.
And this is, by the way, Sanjeet Chopra.
Oh, there we go. Look at him. He looks like a nice guy. I think he's a good guy, guys. What do you think? I don't think he's an awful, evil person. He looks like he's got a smile.
He looks pleasant.
Well,
Not
nice.
everybody who gets a handout is evil.
That's right. That's right. In fact, some guys are really nice. They're the good guys. I think he's a good guy, guys. I say to Sanjeet, I say, yes, of course. Timur, we'll be more than happy to let the man do his sort of final work here and meet him in half an hour at the park, yes?
Not mine. Just want to take a look at some stuff real quick. And then be on my way to the park, yes?
Of course, of course.
Okay.
Baxter's, area, right? Or...
Sorry?
I'm sorry, this is Baxter's, work area, right? Or...
Yes.
Great. Why did...
You did see that there was a placard. It was like Dr. Arnold Baxter, coroner.
Wanted to see if I could take a look around, but... Just take a look around this particular work zone. Examining thing. Just having a look around.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can find some... Cadavers? What the heck they're called?
Cadavers?
Yeah.
Dead
Well,
bodies?
you would certainly find cadavers in a morgue. There is, to give you an idea, there's a sort of a storage area for it. There's, of course, the place where they would prepare or examine bodies. And there's also Dr. Baxter's private office.
Take it out the doctor is like in the same room right now, or
The Sanjit is in the storage area. So there's storage, there is like a lab area, and then there is the private office of Dr. Baxter.
take it. Baxter's office is probably guessing his doorway is locked, right?
You want to try it?
Sure.
He did not seem to lock it in his rush.
Interesting. Look around real quick. And proceed inside.
Okay. You sort of glance left, glance right. I think only Sofian is in this room.
Yep.
It's like in your vicinity.
That's fine.
So do you want Sofian to know, or
Hey, keep an eye. Hey, in case anyone comes back over towards this area, you try letting me know.
I thought we were going to.
We will. Just need to Just need to look around for something.
Oh, perhaps I can help you.
Trust me. I need you to keep an eye out. I need you to be my eyes.
I'm just an old man, Timur. I'm not very good at spotting things. Your eyes, you're a much younger man than I can hardly. What are you doing?
Important work. Saying as I just go into the office.
okay? Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Timur disappears.
Ethan
Nice.
Hunt.
Oh no! Not
Is
nice.
there any way you would like to push or use luck?
It's 19 points of luck.
Jesus.
There's always the push.
The push. I push. I failed.
Push it real good.
You know what? Seem to accidentally. I'm trying to see if I can catch myself from like slipping. Floor's like. See, I'm probably like losing my footing real quick, so I try to see if I can like clamp down my feet and like grab a hold of the doorway.
Sure.
Trying to like, catch my footing.
Go for it.
God. Oh, thank God.
With that,
Whew.
Sofian's
Timur.
over here like, how am I looking to lie my way out of this one?
Timur, you just slip away. And you slip into the office. Inside of this office, you find that there are... Well, first the lights are off. But there is a small window, so you can get a little bit of light from the street. Now, there's a desk, there's a chair. There's, of course, 2 other chairs. There are filing cabinets. There's a shelf with some medical books and the like, and other files. And there is a picture on the wall. As well as, on a shelf, there is a medal.
I just gotta take a look at the picture real quick.
The picture shows a man, officer's hat, jacket, and he's standing with another. You know the first man, based because you've just seen him, Dr. Arnold Baxter. And the other one is a familiar man, Bradley Wilkinson.
First target. Right. Probably under the same cult. Alright. Figure they'd be working together. Turning around. What's the medal all about?
The medal is indeed signifying that he has. This is a British Army doctor.
Not that. Just gonna. Next, I'm gonna try to skim through like the medical records. See if. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, medical records.
Hey, Timur. Give me a library use.
Bet you wish you told May what you were up to now.
Library use, or what else? What else could be good? I feel like library use is the whole reason why this exists.
Exactly.
I do not have it.
It should be at the top of the second column.
Can't punch books into submission, can you, Timur? Sorry.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
So, here's what this means. Takes you a while. And you're in there, sort of going through files and stuff. It's hard because this guy, one, is a doctor. His handwriting is crap.
Your degree, be writing more professionally.
Right. But as you sort of start to get through things, you do eventually find that he has sent cadavers in the direction of Srinagar and has received cadavers from the direction of Peshawar. He was also expecting cadavers coming within the last week or so. Specifically, 3. Supposed to be on board of a train.
What?
Corpses in the caboose.
Not really sure how much more time I have left before anyone suspects.
Yeah, I'm like, Sophia's just
Yeah,
like at the
meanwhile-
door. He's like, doop doop doop.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sofian, you're at the door right now.
Who saw?
Looking at my
And you
timepiece, like, well, this is quite a while that it was taking.
You hear Sofian, you hear Sanjeet Chopra in the other room, just like, make some notes, put something away, cleaning some other things, makes himself a chai, and then takes it to finishes it, cleans the mug, puts on a coat, and you hear all of this is happening. He has to meet you at the park.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you do?
at this point, I'm just like stalling outside, just waiting for Timur to come out the door. I'm like, this guy's gonna leave before we are, in my opinion. Like, Christ.
Yeah.
So
So let me put it this way. He's in the employee little corner nook area,
Mhm.
right? And before you there is the lab area, which he went through to get to the employee area.
mhm.
There's the storage area with all the cadavers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the office.
Yeah, I'm gonna just hang out in the hallway, just waiting for Timur to come out. And if I'm like looking at the clock and he's taking 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like if it's 15 minutes and we were supposed to meet him half an hour from when we said we were going to, I'm just gonna like peer into the office where Timur is after he told me to keep an eye out and try to like motion and silently sort of gesture to Timur that we got to get the fuck out of here.
Timur, you're engrossed, and you just discovered this information.
Oh, God.
First, my theory on who the next guy is.
Timur!
What?
Timur!
What?
It's been an eternity, man.
Okay, I'm going. Make it look
By the time we leave, he will have already left.
putting everything back. Just
Okay.
What are you doing in here?
You put the record back. Let's see. What's something? Can I put something fun? Here's okay. We're gonna get a little weird with this.
Oh, goody.
Oh boy.
Timur, I would like you to roll me a spot hidden. Not because you're spotting something, but how well you can hide it.
extremely, apparently.
Oh, damn.
You just fold the record. You just like it hasn't been moved. You just slide it back in, and you even manage to like resettle any dust.
Reverse prestidigitation.
All right, that takes care of that.
Okay. And yeah, you slip out.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Fortunately, yes.
Wonderful. Very happy for you. Now, could we get to the park, please? We may have enough time to actually get Charles, Eleanor, and May before we lose sight of this individual. Pass by the front. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep. And so, shopping gang. How y'all doing?
Okay.
As
Great.
these two jokesters get out of the basement of the hospital, and into the light. You're in the bustling market, I guess.
Shopping gang.
I'm on herb duty.
You're getting that herb.
Getting the herb.
I will say, Chang Mei, go ahead and roll me either charm or lore Buddhism.
Ooh, okay, let's go with Lord Buddhism because my charm is terrible.
Okay. Yeah.
Hard success. Hell yeah.
You know exactly what you're looking for, what Tenzin had written down, and you managed to communicate that specifically and simple enough.
Sweet.
Charles.
Remarkably
I
easy.
need
I'm
to
gonna
find
go.
some
I'm gonna go
clarified
hunt
butter.
down some really good green tea while I'm here.
Yep. Meanwhile, Charles, you're going after the copper salts?
Sure. Yeah, I'll try the copper salts. Or am I?
Yeah. Go for charm, I guess, or if you have science geology.
I don't think I have science geology.
Or like education,
No.
I guess.
Education or
Yeah.
what was the other one?
Charm.
Charm.
Education's a little. Goddamn.
Yeah. It takes you a while,
Ooh.
but like, and you kind of buy a few different things. Fortunately, your wallet can afford it.
Yeah.
I believe it's like, I'm trying to remember the conversion rates, but it's like 2 rupees to $1,
Great.
or something like that. So,
Okay.
yeah. You eventually reconvene, and I think
You know what butter looks like, right?
yeah.
Clarified butter is not.
You buy butter. You buy clarified butter in the correct quantities needed.
Yay!
And some dinner for everybody.
Yes, Dan
Yes.
dinner.
Yes, also
Okay.
Maybe a
So-
lovely curry or something.
Mhm.
I go looking for like some sort of like, since I'm in
That makes
the herbal district, I go look for some sort of like healing broth for Tenza or for
Ooh,
Demian, since he's still pretty
good
beat up.
job.
Some like hefty like turmeric beef broth.
Nice.
Let's see if there's actually anything good. Oh yeah, you do find some. Yeah, you find some great soup. It's like turmeric in it and chicken, all sorts of spices. It just breathing in the aroma just gets like just clears it all up.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
feel-
Oh, I need that in real life.
Me too.
You feel invigorated already. And yeah, so you all reconvene at your lodgings, including Sofian and Timur.
Do we
who
have
are-
enough time to get all the way back to where we are and then back to the park?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so you I guess you book it over and you three see as Timur and Sofian burst in through the door.
Oh, I can't stand running. I really.
Sofian.
I'm fine.
Is everything all right?
It's fine. We're fine. We're all fine now. Just took a bit of a jog
Now, what
over
was
here.
before?
We
Why
need
were
to.
you not fine
we,
before?
We
What
need.
happened?
We're fine. We just need to move a little swiftly. I'm. Timur and I came back to the hotel in the hopes that we could gather the three of you and accompany us to the park, approximately 5 to 7 minutes at a brisk walk from here. We have a discussion with a gentleman by the last name of Chopra, who, if you remember, was spoken to us by that charming gentleman by the cremation pool area. Yes.
Your particular friend.
Yes, the one with the feces all over his mouth. That was something that he seemed like he wanted to speak to us in private. Privacy is of distinct importance to him, so I think we should all meet him at the park.
Yes.
Very well.
So we're going to the
I
pack.
suppose the food will keep until then. Let's go. And she'll sort of pop her head into Demian's room and give him the soup and say, apparently we're not done for the evening, but I will come find you afterwards. Bye. And
Charles grabs a samosa as we leave.
Demian sort of just goes, I see. Well, thank you. Thank you for. Good soup.
I know who he's played by. I look over at Tenzin. I say, Tenzin, perhaps I don't know if you would like to come with us or stay with Demian. It's your choice.
I don't mind staying here.
Excellent.
I'm curious about what you have brought back.
To be perfectly honest, nothing at this point in time, but we may find that we will have more information at the very least quite soon.
I
I
see.
think
Well,
he
I
was
will.
talking about the food.
Oh, the food. I do apologize. Of course, you went to the marketplace.
And also the materials brought back. I wish to sort out these various salts that have been brought to me.
Yes, the herbs are in a package over there.
You're
The
welcome.
tea is mine. Okay, let's go.
I hope that's the right salt.
Oh, one of them is. I will find out. And he's just like, I smell it here somewhere. What's that food? Anyway, so you all rush over, and to be honest, this park It's not really a park. It's more like a patch of trees and shrubs beside a wall next to the communal water tank. And indeed, there, sitting already on a bench, is Sanjit Chopra.
Stop by him. Yes, Mr. Chopra. Good to see you again. As you remember, this is my compatriot Timur Repin, and 3 others who you have not yet met, also friends and compatriots of a sort. This is Chang Mei and Charles and Eleanor Lockhart.
Okay.
Pleased to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you. And you do see that he does speak English. And now that he's been introduced and you've introduced him, he actually does meet your gaze. So, how can I help you?
Your name was given to us by a mutual acquaintance, a gentleman of distinct renown and, to some regard, severe austerity, over by the north eastern charnel ground. I believe
Yes, the Agor.
Yes, the revered and quite holy Agor of the charnel ground. He mentioned to us that you may, in fact, be wary of a place by which, or a means by which we may be able to obtain human remains, for which purpose we must, of course, keep relatively discreet.
Yes, I do inform the good Agori of any bodies going to the northeastern charnel ground. I owe very much to him.
Yes, we were planning on heading to the southwestern charnel ground, actually, to find something more akin to what our needs require.
I see. He just sort of like thinks for a moment. It is dangerous what you ask of me. Understand that these bodies are meant to be disposed of, and it reflects poorly on the hospital and on myself and Dr. Baxter if this is discovered. I am fortunate that the people fear the Agori, and they understand that I have had a history with the man.
What did he do
might
for you?
we help you help us?
Sorry, what was Dr. Lockhart's question?
How may we help you help us in this situation?
He turns to Chang Mei and says, Agori Kalistaji saved my son's life. He was dying, and the doctors knew nothing they could do for him, and would not worry very much over a Dalit child. So I brought him to the one man who I thought could help, and he did.
And now he has helped us by sending us to you. Interesting how it all comes around again.
The agreement with the bodies I have is with the Agori. I know he has power. I have seen it for myself. Forgive me, but I do not know who you all are. If you are like him.
We both are and are not. It is, in fact, difficult to explain, but the purposes for which we seek these items is holy. Of that much I can assure you. I know that you do not know me, and my word may mean very little, but the Agori did send us to you, which means that he believes in our cause. If that sways your opinion at all.
Go ahead and roll me charm or persuade.
I'm gonna go with persuade.
Nice.
Hard success.
He just sighs and says, "All right, I will help you. I can let you know when a body is being sent to the southwestern charnel ground. In exchange, the way I move the bodies requires dealing with some guards. If would you be so kind to offer something to help grease their palms? That will make this much smoother."
I see. I see.
I quickly take out like $4, and I kind of slip it to Chang Mei.
And May will hand it very simply to the gentleman and say, "Is this sufficient for greasing?"
This will do nicely. Thank you.
And
And
would you have knowledge of other bodies that had already been sent to the charnel ground?
I may. What bodies in particular?
Well, our needs are, unfortunately, very specific. And let me pull the sheet up so I make sure I'm saying the right things. Bones. Which one is it? Bones 3? Yes.
Mhm.
We need... Well, we're looking for both a male and a female Brahmin, around 15 or 16 years old. And perhaps more complicated, a mummified holy man.
We do not mummify in the hospital, unfortunately. But
Of course.
you may have some luck if you search.
Ramen, though.
Let's see. I don't think there would have been a Brahmin in recent times. And if so, it might have been sent to the Agori. But there's nothing to say of the ones that may arrive at Veluvana. The ones I will notify you about.
Indeed. And
Potentially a victim of unfortunate circumstance such as murder may suffice.
Murder victims do get disposed in the southwestern charnel ground, yes. Chances are one of the cadavers I send you will be a murder victim. There's a gang of ruffians who's entered this town and they've been causing some trouble.
And what, if any, teenagers at all, of any caste, recently sent?
I can imagine a few, perhaps. You may find some luck. These ruffians have collided with the more rough and tumble youth here. I'm thankful
Out of
that my
game.
I'm thankful that my son is more interested in books.
As am
Out
I,
of-
both for you and for him.
So
Out of game, I'm looking at the list again, and if we do find the llama, that will give us a lot of the things because we can use the skin and one of the thigh bones and the skull.
Right.
And then we would just need a skull. Then we would just need a skull of the opposite gender of said llama.
Okay.
So finding llama will definitely help us with a lot.
There's no. You're not aware, Mr. Chopra, of any holy men that were buried in either of the two charnel grounds.
If you're looking for a buried holy man, yes, there will be in the charnel grounds. I don't know of any in particular, but you will find them there.
In
There are
either
numerous
one?
together. Yes.
Okay.
Would they be buried, or would they have been a sun burial with mummification?
They would be buried.
And would their graves be marked in any way? Sorry, I didn't hear you. You cut out.
By a burial mound, a stupa.
Yes, of course. Forgive me, this is all a bit new to me. My thoughts are somewhat muddled.
I understand.
Strangely enough, folks, I don't know why, but Zoom seems to have frozen video-wise.
Oh yeah, your Zoom is frozen,
Oh, yeah.
but
Yeah.
we can see ours moving.
Yeah, Zoom is acting weird. Oh, there we go.
You're back.
No, it's all right.
You're back.
There we go. There was some weird video glitch. I think I just have to update my video drivers.
I thought Matt was just giving me stink eye on the camera. I'm like, how did I piss off Sofian, man?
All right. Well,
I do hope that the cadavers are to your liking.
we'll have to make do. I was hoping to get a more precise location. Either.
Matt, did you just freeze completely?
Oh, bloody hell!
Uh-oh.
Like Matt just had a-
What's going on
I
here?
think Matt's
Okay.
internet
So
just
anyway.
worked. Oh, there he is.
I don't understand what's happening. Bloody internet.
Sofian is glitching. He's had too much stress today.
I have totally.
Are you drunk, Sofian?
Yes. Go, Sofian. You're home. I don't. I was hoping to get a more precise location on some of these cadavers, as you call them, or at least the parts of them. But it seems like we'll have to do our best to just wind our way through the southwestern charnel ground and just root through the bones.
Yes, but the cadavers I will deliver to you, well, inform you of, are always dropped in the same place, and they are there's a sign there. You'll be able to find them immediately and use them for whatever your business is.
Where is that?
He informs you the sign is basically like, it's like a hospital sign, basically, stabbed into the ground, and it's in the southwestern charnel.
Ah, well, there we are then. Everything seems to point to the southwestern channel grab then.
We do
It is very quiet there.
greatly appreciate your assistance, and we know that it is no small risk for you, and we are grateful.
Of course. And if there's anything else, I bid you good evening.
Yes, thank you so much for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for your assistance.
Mr. Chopra, if you do mind, just one small item. And I take Mr. Chopra aside about 20 or 25 feet away from Charles, Eleanor, May, and Timur. Just take him aside.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chopra, I do apologize, but I may have a bit of business to discuss with you, if that's all right. I try to make my voice as low as possible.
Yeah. Of course. What is it,
May I
Mr.
ask-
Bazaz-Wain?
Yes, you work for a gentleman by the name of Dr. Baxter, is that right?
Yes.
How long have you been working for him?
Perhaps a year or so?
Was there someone who he replaced? Or did you simply begin working for him at the hospital?
No. I've worked here for quite some time. Dr. Baxter replaced another man, Dr. Norman,
Dr. Norman?
very suddenly.
Oh. I do apologize. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mr. Norman, Dr. Norman,
Yes.
retired?
Involved in some sort of accident, and fortunately, Dr. Baxter was familiar with the hospital and offered to, well, cover his post.
I see.
He's an army doctor, you see.
An army doctor?
Yes.
British Army?
Yes.
Interesting. Does he seem to take on any specific kinds of clients or speak to them specifically in a way that raises any kind of suspicion of any kind?
He sort of like gives you a like a bit of a puzzled look, and so like, and just says, Dr. Baxter merely examines the corpses, conducts autopsies. He has been valuable for us in these times with these ruffians that have come in.
Ah. Right. Very good. Very good. Dr. Baxter's first name?
Arnold.
Arnold Baxter. Excellent. That's all. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your assistance. I say this like really loudly. I sort of turn him towards the group. We are so greatly appreciative of you. Really are.
Of course, I am happy to help. Best of luck to you.
Yes, of course.
I would like to also add one more note, by the way. Timur, you remember the picture?
Yeah.
With Bradley Wilkinson and Dr. Arnold Baxter. There was one more person in that picture. And you remember because, well, it was kind of hard because he was keeping to himself at the time. The third person in the picture was a army colonel. Colonel James Armitage.
Fuck!
The face that Vincent Harlow wore.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Son of bitch must die. This shit is thickening like goddamn pancake batter, man. Holy crap.
So, it is evening, and is there anything you'd like to accomplish before you rest?
May is just going to go and have a quiet dinner with Demia. There's
Hmm.
been a lot of people around lately, and she's like, you know what? I want to have dinner with a man who doesn't talk much.
And indeed, he is perfectly non-conversive.
Yes. Maybe practices her Russian a little bit, but otherwise is just enjoying the evening in companionable quiet.
Indeed. The rest of you, Lockhart's, Timur, Sofian.
Eat and then
Sleep.
yes,
Okay. Eat then sleep.
Hmm.
spend a day.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a page from a book that our friend Patrick Marin wrote and do something I shouldn't.
Oh boy.
So, I assume this hotel, we all have rooms of our own, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to, in the middle of the night, assuming that the door's not locked. It could very well be, I don't know. If it is, then of course I'll just go back to my room. But if it's not, then I will attempt to go into Timur's room.
Timur.
Hmm?
Is the door locked? Actually, better question, Timur. What were you doing this evening?
Yeah. Better question, Timur, are you even in there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
If it's the middle of the night, I would assume I'd probably be in my room.
Okay. Is the door locked?
Probably not. Probably.
Okay.
Did Sofian roll luck to see if Timur's door is locked?
Sure. Oh, that could be fun. Timur, why don't you roll luck?
You got it, Chief.
Not Timur. Sofian.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Whopping 24 luck, people. Whopping.
Still haven't.
Weirder shit
we've-
has happened.
We've threaded tighter needles.
Here we go. Shawow. No.
Ah, poop.
Okay. I guess Timur just doesn't lock his door.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you trying to be stealthy about this?
Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. Kidding?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me stealth or sleight of hand.
Stealth.
Okay. Hard success.
Nice.
This is the sweat coming off my upper lip right now. Just like, you know.
Yeah. Sofian, you just creep into the room.
Okay.
The door is unlocked to your surprise.
Okay. I'm going to look over at Timur and as quietly as I possibly can, I'm going to try to go through first Timur's satchel and or bag to see if he has anything that may indicate something other than the stuff that we've been going through investigations-wise for the past 5 months. Like, is there something I'm missing? I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm a fucking photojournalist. But even I can smell stuff when something is awry. And that thing that happened today, having him wait, having had me wait outside this doctor's office while he went inside for no apparent reason, this guy, Dr. Baxter, we had never met before, and all of a sudden wants to spend 15 minutes or 20 minutes inside this fucking doctor's office, that does not sit well.
Okay. Sofian, go ahead and roll me a spot hidden.
Oh.
There you go. There's your fumble.
That is a fumble. So, Timur,
God.
just off the top of your head, 5 things in your bag.
5 things in my bag?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Well, imagine probably my... Probably my passport and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Probably some... Well, yeah, passport, some clothes, papers, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think what would I have, actually?
Ammunition.
Ammunition, of course.
And I think a book.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, that one book, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Sofian, you find these things. You find his passport. You find some spare ammunition. You find the clothes. You find some folded up papers in Russian, and you find a book as well. And as you sort of rummage through these things, some of these items clink together. And Timur, go ahead and roll me a listen check.
Thank God.
I'm going to give you a bonus die.
God damn it! Jonathan! Why would you do that?
Shit. Oh, fuck. The lies, they all come out eventually. Brutus, get off there.
Hang on. If he's asleep, the penalty die, right?
I was gonna say! You're giving him a bonus die!
Right.
Not right!
Yeah, never mind. I'm sorry, that cancels out.
Yeah, I mean, trying to balance out, like, me sleeping, but there's
Yeah.
a fumble, so, like...
Yeah.
It's, like, neutral.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think
probably
that cancels out, I'm afraid.
It's probably neutral, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a failure. Sofian, your blood runs cold.
It is, right now.
As Timur, you just hear a movement on the bed as the mattress springs turn and squeal, and like you just see Timur just shift and then go still.
Sofian voluntarily loses a point of sanity. I'm going to deduct it right now.
Mm-hmm. I won't stop you.
Nor should you. Waits for Timur to settle again. And then... Is this book in Russian, or is this book just... What is this book?
Timur, what's this book in Russian?
I think it was like that one book we got back in the...
It was in the shop.
It was
like War and Peace, right?
So I remember I wanted to originally be like something off of Rasputin, or like.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, was he even a thing at this point?
I think it was definitely in Russian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't speak or read Russian, so I'm just gonna sort of like softly, quietly leaf through it to see if there's any kind of...
Probably some there probably be some pictures?
Secret spy shit.
Like,
Well, whatever. Like anything in there.
with the photos, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're flipping through this.
I'd imagine there's probably some pictures too.
Go ahead and I think go ahead and roll me intelligence.
Me? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My intelligence is not bad.
It's like intelligence unless you have cryptology.
Oh God, cryptology. No.
It's a cryptography.
That's a skill.
Cryptography, cryptology, no crypto. No crypto here. But
Yeah.
intelligence, yes. That I can do.
Oh!
By the
What?
skin of your teeth.
Wow! Holy shit!
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ. That was scary. There's your spoop happens. How about that, Miss Deadeye?
Yeah.
Jesus.
As you're going through this, flipping through, you begin to notice that some pages are dog-eared, and you look at them, and another paper catches your eye. You take that from inside of the book. And as you're going through, you begin to put together words. And counting out you can understand cryptography and understanding honestly what these are. You begin to put together names, words. You get name Bradley Wilkinson. You get Vincent Harlow. You get Arnold Baxter. And at the very top of all this, there's one name. Hang on. Andre Vitson. Beneath it, dead or alive.
I think Sofian coming to that realization, sweat pouring down his brow, feels suddenly cold, and then looks over at Timur. And closes the book and puts it back slowly into his bag. Opens the door to his room and as quietly as he can shuts it behind him.
And that is where we're going to close it tonight.
Nice. Oh,
Dude!
guys.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
man.
unraveled over here.
Oh god, that was good, dude.
Ah,
Oh,
God.
man.
It's happening.
Oh god, it's happening.
Yeah. I also need this. Yeah, you get the name. Yeah. But yeah, so
I swear to
We heard
fucking
about
god,
the
if
room.
Sofian like dies the next episode and he doesn't get to tell anybody, it'd be amazing.
oh my
I
god.
feel like he's dying. He's like, I just have one thing to say. He's
And then we know where his bones are going.
exactly.
Mhm.
It was meant to be.
Man, Agora Kalistachi got that DoorDash.
Yo, DoorDash.
Orders placed, bro.
Sofian tastes delicious.
At least he waits till they're dead.
Just like chicken.
It's like chicken.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us on this wonderful adventure tonight, and thank you to these wonderful investigators. The spoop only begins, and then things will get a little raspberry jam in here.
Damn.
All right, so how about we go around the horn and tell everyone where you can find each other, starting with Chris and Vanessa.
You can find me on the internet at Endymion's Fury, where I stream on Twitch occasionally, Baldur's Gate 3 and some other games. You can find me on Instagram, and yeah.
And you can find me at Serenity's Fury.
Aww.
All right. Next up, we got Super Sleuth Matt.
I did not intend to be that person tonight, and yet, you know, Tally just brings it out in me. What can I say? He's like, I'm just gonna wait in here for like 15, 20 minutes while I just ransack this doctor's office, and I'm like, what the fuck?
With no explanation.
Check these files.
Not suspicious at all.
Sometimes you gotta listen to your inner Pat, dude.
You know,
This is like an episode of The Americans.
It really is. It really is. It's so good. Hey everybody, my name is Matt, and I help to run things around here. But it's you know it's the journey along the way, folks. Honestly, it really is. And you can catch me helping to be in games and run games Thursdays and Fridays. Most Thursdays and Fridays. I wouldn't say every Thursday and Fridays, although it depends on the game and the availability of our players and our amazing GMs. Maybe we do an off Saturday or Sunday or even a Monday game. Who knows? Just keep your finger on the button for when we go live on Twitch. But things will come out on VOD and on YouTube as soon as I am able to put them out. Beyond that, check our schedules and join our Discord. Discord if you're watching, or you'll find it in the doobly-doo on the YouTube.
Hell yeah. Next up, we got Sarah.
Hello, I'm Sarah. You can find me on the interwebs at Lovely Llama on the social media platform of your choice. I swear I'm going to post something on Instagram one day. I'm about to start building a bunch of puppets, so hopefully I will post pictures of that. And yeah, that's me. That's what I got for you.
Awesome. Last, certainly not least, Tally.
Hi, I'm Tally, and you'll certainly see me on the internet on X, as came around, where I'm usually just posting. Well, I hate that stupid name.
Yeah.
I call it Twitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Call what you want.
Jesus Christ. Where I'm usually posting art, nerd stuff, all kinds of odds and ends, and overall just your everyday nerd with the side of shenanigans.
There it is. And of course, yeah,
It's literally not sus.
of course. Of course, here's me. Here am I. Stuck in the middle of all y'all, just floating, platitudes. basically. I'm Jonathan. I've been your keeper tonight. You can find me on Twitter at freshly_zested, Instagram at blue_orange, and you can find me around, going insane in space or insane in the membrane, ending off of trains.
Mm-hmm. Insane in the train.
Insane in the train. There we go. And please remember, take care of each other, and do not forget to take care of yourselves. Good night, everybody.